Hello, my Teaserking family. How is everybody today? All I can say is what a day I had yesterday. Oh my God. Everything won, but the 49er Dallas under 51 on a 42 to 10 game, 52. We lost by a point. How the fuck us giving up 42 points? Well, most of it was Dak Prescott and his 3 picks. When will they understand have to fuck up before they? I mean, I don't get it. What does the coach and the quarterback and the owner see it with him? Why do they think he's good? It's like these other hacks that they keep around the fields. Oh, we don't want the number one draft pick. We'll trade it. If we get Fields 15 good receivers, then maybe he'll learn how to be a quarterback. Unbelievable. Sorry about eating. Let's go through the games. I warned you about Buffalo because Jacksonville stayed in London. Jacksonville somehow wins 25-20. If they both went to London the same week, Buffalo wins. If the game's in Buffalo or Jacksonville, Buffalo wins. Very much bullshit in this game. But now we have Buffalo off of a loss. I didn't play the game. Both teams are low scoring, so would have thought to be an over under 48. The under would have won, but I didn't play it. Atlanta, Houston, I do play the game under 42, which is under 48. 21-19 Atlanta. They kick a field goal at the end to win. Detroit, Carolina, I did have Detroit -3. Detroit wins easy, 40-24 or 42-24. Again, Carolina with the weak defense, and Young sucks. So basically, that's what happened. Tennessee, Indy, I don't play it. I liked it under 43, which would have been under 49. It ended 39. Again, I don't play it because Indy's got a weak defense at 25. Tennessee with the stronger defense. Didn't like Tennessee favored. Didn't play the game. I would have taken Tennessee as the dog. Giants, Miami, I gave you 2 free picks on their game. I gave you Miami at 10.5, lay the 4, winner. Goes to 13. If you're still late at giving 7, you're a winner. Then I came back with, we'll play the game over 47 down to 41 because of the 13, and that one. So there you go. I gave you a double winner on the game. Miami and the over. Again, you have 33 and a 30 defense. You have a terrible defense. And all we needed was 41, which we got. We got the 47. So I guess Jones got sacked another 10 times. Great offensive line. When Miami sacks you, it's one thing when Seattle sacks you, but when Miami sacks you, they don't have a defense. New Orleans, New England, I have the under 40, 46, 34-0. Mac Jones, he's great. So the great Belichick cannot understand he's got a shitty quarterback. But me and you understand he's got a shitty quarterback. We've been saying it for 2 years now. He's got Zappy on the sidelines. No, we can't play him. We might not win with him. So let's keep playing Jones and getting shut out by New Orleans, 34-0. So again, have the under, easy winner. Baltimore, Pitt, I don't play. I don't remember which student had it. They had Pitt as the dog. It was a good play. Lamar's terrible. That interception in the end zone was just terrible. Pitt gets the win somehow, 17-10. Their defense is a 25, but yet they give up 10 to Baltimore. Baltimore, this is a game, like I said, where it's a rivalry, usually close, but it's hard to bet Pickett. But I think he got hurt and didn't play. Hey, Prophet, I went back and checked how my 3-team 10-point teasers would have done this week if I had played them as 3-team 6-point teasers instead, and the results may surprise you. I know you had Pitt, you had Jacksonville, and you had the over in the Niner game. which you would have lost with the Niners because I lost with them at 51, and you would have won with 55. But the other games, yeah, didn't matter. All my games won, so it wouldn't have mattered. So if you just played them in 6-point teasers, you would have won all of them. Again, my only loser by 1 point, so that's where you would have gotten it, was Frisco, Dallas. Philly and the Rams, I got the Rams in 10.5. They lose by 9. 23-14 with Stafford and Cooper Kupp back and Fletcher Cox out. And Philly still beats them 23-14. Philly's now 14-1 as a road favorite. They just play well on the road. Cincinnati, Arizona, I don't play it because I want to see Burrows. Finally, Burrows wakes up, 34-20. He must be healthy. Play a 54. I did like the over 44, but I didn't play it. Again, until Burrows kind of calms down and plays, I can't do anything. But now I think he's playing. He hit Chase on a few long touchdowns since he looks back, which is good. We need Cincy. Denver and the Jets. I have the Jets. Jets is a dog getting 8.5, simply because Denver gives up 38 a game, and we got 31. Now I know the last one was a strip sack fumble return, but still, Zach Wilson looked much better against this defense, and that's the key. He ain't going to look good against Dallas or Kansas City's defense, but he does look better against Denver's defense, where Bobby would throw for 400 yards. So the Jets win. We got them at plus 8.5 against the weak defense. Made sense. And their defense really shut down Denver. Kansas City, Minnesota. I'm telling you, Minnesota's got a very strong defense this year, and they hold Cousins to 20. I have Kansas City plus 2.5 there. I was scared of the over because of KC's defense, and I would have won it. It would have been 46. We got 47, but I knew Kansas City was going to win. There was no way Minnesota was going to hold them down. So Kansas City I win with. Dallas and the Niners. How the fuck does the Niners get 42 on that defense? And the only answer is because of Dak Prescott. 3 picks, probably a couple more turnovers, leading to easy scores. That's the only way Dallas can lose. How long are you going to keep Prescott out there? I can't believe I lost the game. Under 51, I thought I was going to see 20-3. But it happens. And I know we talked about Dallas with the 10 defense and the Niner with the 15, which normally would have been fine without Prescott throwing those interceptions. So very surprising score. If you'd have told me 52 in that game, I would have thought you're nuts. So I go 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, 6-0, 7-0, 8. I go 8-1 yesterday. Beautiful day. I just love that they were all the early games won and the late games won, and then the fucking Sunday night game. And what are you gonna? I could have trapped it. I had them in 2. They were the lock, was the under in the game with Alabama, so we could have trapped it. But that's okay. And now the Niners are, 13-0 as a home favorite. By the way, Phillies 14-1 as a road favorite. The Niners 13-0 as a home favorite. And they just don't lose. Green Bay and Oakland tonight. Oakland 1.5. Love against, I guess, Garoppolo, whoop-de-doo. They both suck. You had Pitt, I know. I had the under 55, I know. Yeah, you won with that. Going 4-0 at the 10-point teasers, I won $400. If I had played all 4 as 6-point teasers, I would have gone 3-1 and won $380. As a parlay, I would have gone 1-3, but still would have won $330. Okay. Titus, I guess it's safe to say the 49ers going to win it all. How do you feel about that? Well, they're clearly the best team. They've been the best team. If Purdy doesn't get hurt in the championship game, they'd have won the Super Bowl last year with that defense and McCaffrey. So, I mean, they're the A team. Dallas It's Dak Prescott. I mean, I try to speak the truth and tell you exactly what's going on, and he stinks. I tell you Lamar stinks. What does he do? Throws an interception in the end zone. Pitt wins the game. I'm looking and I'm being very honest in my analysis. They will not win with Dak Prescott. They have to go to Will Grier. Even Cooper Rush might have won the game for him because he wouldn't have thrown the 3 turnovers. He sucks, Prescott. He can't read. He doesn't have a good arm. He's terrible. But yeah, let's keep playing him because why? I mean, it's like playing Richardson. He got hurt again. So he's been hurt twice. He got a concussion. Now he's hurt his throwing shoulder. And in comes Minshew to win the game for him. C.J. Stroud didn't do much. And Steve Young at Carolina looks like shit. A lot of turnovers against the Lions. I think he had 3-4 turnovers in the first half. All of a sudden, the Lions are up 28-7. And like, how did that happen? Oh, well, 3 interceptions. So, again, you pressure them. They don't know how to read. This is the problem with these quarterbacks. They don't get to read. I think Stenson Benson at L.A. would be fine. I think Hayner from Fresno State on New Orleans would be fine because I think they would see the defense and they'd know where to throw it. That's the key. You can't drop back and then go, oh, wait, they're blitzing. Oh, geez, I didn't realize that. You've got to know that before a snap, and that's the problem with these guys. They don't get that they're blitzing before the snap, and then they go back, and then they're being blitzed, and they're like, oh, really? I'm being blitzed. I didn't know that. Or I'm going to throw to the right. What do you think fucking Prescott did? He goes and he throws, and they pick it. He doesn't even see it. He doesn't know how to read a defense. This is the art. This is what Rodgers and Brady and Manning and Drew Brees and all the good ones can do. Even Herbert, Mahomes, of course, Burrow, of course. They know the blitz is coming, and off they go. I think Kelsey got hurt again yesterday. I don't know his status. But again, it was a good win. Minnesota sucks, and I knew Mahomes. I took the 3.5 down up to 2.5, knowing Mahomes was going to win the game. I didn't know how, but I knew he would. At the end of the day, they're going to win the game with Mahomes. That was a pure Mahomes bet, and that's what you do. We would have bet on Burrow if he was conscious and playing like he can. And now I think we got him. Prophet, did you know the public is 60% against suspending? No, I have no idea. I don't really care. Don't tell me the sharps because they're not real. I find it hard to believe that the public 60% on anything. I mean, I don't see how that's possible. The money went on Minnesota and they lost. Money went on Denver and they lost. The money went on the Rams and they lost. The money went on Baltimore and they lost. The money went on New England and they lost. They won on Miami. They lost with Tennessee. Detroit went to 10 and then down to 9. I don't know what you want to call that. Money went on Atlanta and they lost. Buffalo didn't move. And the money went on Washington and lost. I don't know what you're talking about. Almost every game the public lost. So I'm not quite sure. And the money didn't move on Frisco. So I don't know what you're talking about, or I didn't see it this week where there was a game that moved, except for the Miami game, and they won. Simply playing the favorites has been the way to go so far. I don't agree with that at all. Are you kidding me? So you play Washington, you lose. You play Buffalo, you lose. You play Atlanta, you lose. You win Detroit. You play Tennessee, you lose. Miami wins. You play New England, you lose. You play Baltimore, you lose. You play Philly, you win. Cincy wins. You play Denver, you lose. You play KC, you win. You play the Niners, you win. So what are you talking about? Do I have to add it up? I mean, it's not even 50%. That is not the way to do it. You've got to know what team, and the dogs are usually the best plays. I know you can't wait to meet the sharps so you can laugh at them. I don't even believe there are sharps. If there are, you're looking at the one. I don't consider myself a sharp. I just consider myself a fucking good handicapper. But I just love when they say sharps. Oh, the sharps are on this, and the sharps are... Who the fuck is the sharps? So if we're at Caesar's Palace in Vegas, is there a sharp line? Is there a guy with a shirt that says, I'm a sharp, and he goes and bet? You don't know what they're betting on. I've been there. I've been at the window. I have no idea the guy next to me if he's a sharp or a kid betting $100 a game. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't believe there is. All I know is I'm very damn good at it. But it's just basically stupidity to say that. I will check the actual record playing favorites against the spread. Well, I'm showing you this week is week 5, and they didn't go 500. I doubt they did. Usually the underdog is the way to go. Now, I look at things in teasers, and normally the underdog in a teaser is always the way to go. Because the fixed games are you can win. The fixed game goes like this. Okay, you can win by your spread 7, you can win, but not by more than 7. I've never heard the underdog being in the fix. Okay, you can lose, but you got to lose by more than 7. Now, Dallas maybe it was a fix yesterday. But I'm not buying that. Okay, next week. Any surprises? Atlanta plays a low-scoring game. Carolina, Detroit, you bet against Young. Indy, Tennessee. Indy wins with Minshew coming in for Richardson, getting hurt again. Why they're starting Richardson, I have no idea. He's terrible. They should be starting Minshew. They should be starting Minshew, and Carolina should be starting Dalton. If Carolina wants to win, Andy Dalton needs to be the quarterback. You ain't winning shit with Vince Young. And you're not winning shit with C.J. Stroud. He couldn't beat Riddler, who shouldn't be in there, right? So look how bad these quarterbacks are, especially when we compare them to college. With Penix, we got Penix against Bo Nix this week, and we got Hartman against Caleb Williams this week. We got 4 fucking quarterbacks that are better than 90% of the pros. Big week in college. Then you got Mac Jones out there, and Tagg's getting a little better, but Mac Jones sucks Daniel Jones for the Giants sucks, and Matt Jones for New England sucks. I mean, these guys are so bad. Carr's okay, but we look at it. Miami kills the Giants with the 33 defense. New Orleans hammers New England with you cannot bet Jones as a favorite. He's terrible. You can't bet Lamar as a favorite. I mean, they lose to Pittsburgh. It was a W team. They don't score, and they have an over defense, and they beat them 17-10. See, you guys are way overestimating Lamar. He is not any good. What a waste of all that money. They're not going to win. Philly's gold. Hurts isn't great, but he's good in the Georgia defense. The Rams are playing better with Stafford. Burrow shows up. Dobbs is playing well for him, but he's not really good. Zach Wilson has a big game against the weak defense. Russell Wilson had his hands full playing the Jet defense. Mahomes is Mahomes. He gets the win. And Cousins is a choke. So nothing new. Prescott, 3 interceptions, nothing new. And Brock Purdy is one of the best quarterbacks. And, just because he was drafted, late doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. Just means they don't know how to judge talent. Meanwhile, they had Trey Lance, and they got rid of him because he sucks. Shows you how stupid the GMs are in pros. They can't even tell the difference. They draft Trey Lance at the third pick, who sucks. They draft Purdy in the last round. Guy's a superstar. Like, what the fuck? Oh. Anyway, that's what you got to learn. Seattle, they're okay. Herbert didn't play yesterday. The Baker didn't play yesterday. Now let's go to week 6. These are my lines. And I haven't swept in the new data. We got Denver and Kansas City. We got to check Kelsey. Denver, we know, has a lousy defense. KC's a good one. My line is KC minus 10. We'll go through the lines in a minute. This is how you do it. What are they? We know KC's an A team. Denver is an over team. They have no defense. A lot of injuries, though. It isn't Sean Payton's fault. I got KC minus 10. It could be higher. I look at the game as an over. Denver's not going to stop them. KC's got that good defense. I'm telling you, KC's got a good defense this year. Baltimore, Tennessee. I got Tennessee minus 3. Another London game. What the fuck are they doing to these teams? And the ironic part is Atlanta had to play after going to London. Jacksonville was there for 2 weeks, are playing. Buffalo has to play this next week. I don't understand it. Normally you would go and then you'd get the week off. Now these guys are playing the next week. You know, Buffalo is extremely jet lagged. You do not fly to Europe, and I know because I've done it with no problems. Stay there a couple of days or a week, and then fly back like everything's fine. Buffalo is so fucked up. Jacksonville's pretty fucked up, but they got lucky they were there 2 weeks. Atlanta's probably just recovering. Anyway, so let's go. So we got Tennessee, Baltimore. Tannehill and Henry against what? Lamar? Edge to Tennessee. Now, again, you've got to look at it as they're both road teams. Tennessee's a road favorite. Baltimore's a road dog. My guess is they'll make Baltimore the favorite because of Lamar, and we'll take Tennessee then. But the real line should be Tennessee minus 3, and it should be a low-scoring game. Atlanta, Washington in Atlanta. I got Atlanta minus 3. Washington, terrible defense. Atlanta, great defense, no offense. Riddler stinks. Thurston Howell, I don't know what the hell he's doing out there. This is the typical case. You got an under team playing an over team. Minnesota and the Bears. Minnesota should eat them alive. Who the fuck on Chicago can stop Jefferson? And then the new guy who went to USC, who was really good at Pitt. So I look at Minnesota's going to score a ton. However, Chicago's starting to score, and I don't think Minnesota's defense, well, it was a 24, and they gave up 27, so it still should be 24. Should be an over here, right? Seattle and Cincinnati, I'm praying that with Burrow playing, Cincinnati's got to be a 3 to 4 point favorite. We love Seattle as a dog. We love it, love it, love it. Checking for injuries. This game should be over. Seattle can't stop the win. If Burrow's starting to play, look for this game to get into the 60s. Seattle doesn't have that great of a defense, and Cincinnati's not going to stop this offense. We'll see. The Niners, I got 7 over Cleveland. Very interesting game. Will the Niners let down after this Dallas game? I don't think so. That Cleveland, they'll just shut them down. Cleveland without Chubb's going to hurt them. I don't know how you beat the Niners. I would assume you'd have to run the ball a lot and not do the turnovers. Can you run on the Niners? The problem is with the Niners, if you start trying to throw the ball with Bosa and these guys, forget it. You have to be able to power run them, which is why you always need running. Running always wins games. Passing doesn't, and that's the example yesterday. I got the Niners 7. I got the game under. My computer's acting up. New Orleans and Houston. I got New Orleans by 3 on the road. This should be a very low-scoring game. Stroud won't do anything against a team like New Orleans. New Orleans, well, they got Kamara and they got Olave. And with Carr and Thomas back, they're a pretty good team, and they just killed New England. Look for this should be low scoring. Indy and Jacksonville. Now, Jacksonville, after 2 weeks in London, comes home, gets Indy. Indy beat them the first game, I think 31-21, or was that Houston? I think they won the first game 31-21. Then Houston beat them 31-21, and now here's Indy again at Jacksonville. Although I thought they already had played at Jacksonville. Wasn't that week 1? Jacksonville at Indy. Okay, and Jacksonville won 31-21. Okay, now the game's at Jacksonville. I like Indy as a dog here. They should play them. Jacksonville's not good. This is like grab the dog. Indy's got Stroud. Indy's got Richardson. So Richardson doesn't play. You got Minshew, and I like Indy with Minshew a whole lot more. Miami, Carolina. I got Miami minus 10. They're at home. Carolina's defense is a 26, and they gave up 42 to the Lions. So it's probably a 28 now. Miami should have a field day. Again, maybe this spread's higher. This is my spread, 10. I like Miami at home. Possibly the over, just because Miami doesn't have a defense. New England at Oakland. This is a nice playoff game in 76. The year they went to the Super Bowl, they played in Oakland. And with 10 seconds left, New England's winning the game by a couple. And then Stabler ran like a fake it up the middle to Mother Hubbard, and he ran around and got the touchdown with, I think, 8 or 7 seconds left. Otherwise, Oakland doesn't win the Super Bowl. So, is it revenge for New England? Well, New England sucks. Oakland sucks. Probably an under here. Possibly the dog, but how do you bet on Mac Jones? Unbelievable. Yeah, Belichick's a real good coach. Or is he doing it out of spite to not play Zappy? How do you not play Zappy? What are you going to – you just got shut out by New Orleans, so what's Zappy? He's going to do worse? I don't get it. Just incredibly stupid coaching. Detroit at Tampa. I got Detroit by 7, but I think I like Tampa as the dog. Detroit's not – all of a sudden they got to go on the road. Tampa Bay, what kind of defense do they have? Tampa Bay's a good defense at 20. So I think Tampa's a live dog here. I don't know if Detroit will be 7 or 6 or whatever, but Detroit probably favored. If Detroit's the dog, and I like Detroit, I like the dog in this game, but I do think it'll be over. Again, the weakness of Detroit is they have no secondary, no pass rush against a good quarterback. Baker's okay. I don't love him, but he's okay. He should eat up the Lions secondary. It should be a high-scoring game. Goff will throw his few interceptions, and we'll see. Arizona at the Rams. I like the Rams minus 7. I think this is an over game. You got Cooper Kupp back, and it didn't take Stafford long. I looked in the first quarter; he had 5 receptions. So they lost to the Rams. They lost to Philly. That's okay. Both at home, and here they got Arizona at home. Probably an over game. I don't know if I'll take LA -1, but we got to see what the points are. Philly at the Jets. Ooh, my Jets. I got Philly -7. They're a great road favorite. What can I say? Zach Wilson will probably have a decent game. Philly is not that strong defensively, surprisingly. They're at 23, and they gave up 14 yesterday. Probably an under here. Jets are an under. They got great defense. If they had Aaron Rodgers, they'd be an A. They'd be right up there with San Francisco because it's the San Francisco defense they're playing. Look for a low scoring game here. Buffalo, I got 10 over the Giants. The Giants are a Z team. They're just pathetic. I noticed Daniel Jones limping off. So is he even playing? Do they even have a backup? Buffalo I got -10. And after the loss, we like Buffalo at home. And last but not least, Dallas and San Diego. I got Dallas as a 4-point favorite, and I love San Diego as a dog. I'm hoping this is the real spread. It'll probably come out San Diego laying 3 after Dallas getting crushed by San Francisco yesterday. But if I can get Seattle and San Diego as dogs, that's what I like. I love those teams as dogs. So let's go to the real lines. Let's see how – I don't care. I'm not trying to get close. I'm trying to – I don't try to get close. I try to – this is what it should be. And if the line's off a lot, then we found our bitch. So let's look at the pro line, and then we'll talk college. All right, so this is score and odds line for next weekend. All right. I have Kansas City -10. They have Kansas City -10. Over under of 50. Funny how I do that, huh? Baltimore 3.5. I have Tennessee. As I said, they'll probably make Baltimore the favorite. I like Tennessee. I mean, we have games in London, so both teams are fucked because it's a 9:30 in the morning game for both of them. Over under 40, maybe we go under. We have to see. Maybe we take Tennessee in 9. Clearly, you're not taking Baltimore. Atlanta 2.5. I had Atlanta -3. Same thing. Over under of 42. Atlanta's the low-scoring team. Washington's the high score. Well, the terrible defense. Atlanta could be able to run through them. I think this is probably an under. We will see. I got Minnesota -4, Minnesota -3. Over under 46. Love the over. How is Minnesota only 3 points over the Bears? Are you kidding me? They got Jefferson and the new guy. Cousins stinks, but he can at least throw it. And the Bears defense gives up 35 a game. This is definitely an over. Bet it before it hits, 40, before it hits 50. By Sunday, it'll be 50. Cincinnati, 3, 2.5, and over under 46. That gives us Seattle as the dog. Thank you, God. The Niners, oh my God, I got a -7. They're only 4.5. Over under of 40. You got to go with the Niners. Are you kidding? You get the Niners in 1.5. Who the hell's Cleveland's going to beat them without Nick Chubb? Really, with Deshaun Watson at quarterback. Okay. Wow. Okay. New Orleans, 2.5, 41. I got New Orleans -3. New Orleans -2.5, 41.5. against Houston. Boy, I'm picking. I'm dead on, except for the Niners. I'm high. New Orleans, I got 3. New Orleans 2.5. 41.5. This is an under with New Orleans is right now an under. Jacksonville, I got 3, 4.5, and 45.5. Over Indy. If Minshew's the quarterback, I like Indy. But Jacksonville is hard to bet because they're so inconsistent. You don't know what you're getting. Miami, 10. Miami is 14, 48.5. Any game involving Miami immediately goes to an over. Carolina, with this defense, was 26. Is probably a 28 now. So light it up, Miami. Yeah, here maybe you lay 8. But notice the spread went to 13, and they only won the game, 31-16. They won the game by 15. They should have won it by a lot more, but notice how they just barely won it. But the over was fine. That's why sometimes I like the over, especially on these big games. You're laying 14. Do you really want to lay 14 in the NFL? Not really. Detroit covered because they got 3 turnovers in the first half. Oakland -3, Oakland -2.5. And over under 43. I don't know how you can bet this game over with New England. And Jesus, my computer. With New England and their offense. Detroit, I got 7 is only 3. And a 44.5. I like the game over. Low, but Detroit 3. Okay, that's fucking to argue. The Rams 7. The Rams are 6 and 47.5. Should be an over. Philly -7. Philly -6.5. Over under 4. Well, I'm just nailing every line. But that's the point, right? So what line did I miss? I have Tennessee -3 in London. Baltimore is -3.5. That will lead me to take Tennessee. That's it. Everything else I'm dead on with, except for the Niners. It should be 7. Why it's 4.5, I have no idea. Everything else, Miami I'm 10 is 14. Detroit I'm 7 is 3. Everything else is dead on. Again, 6.5, 42 with Philly and the Jets. Probably still take my Jets, Jets. I've won with them every week so far, and we're going into week 6. Buffalo -10. Buffalo is -14 and 45, and what should be now. Von Miller, I believe, played yesterday. He was probable. Now you got Von Miller back. You got a defense. They're a pretty good A team now with Von Miller, provided he didn't re-injure himself. The Giants are absolutely terrible. Buffalo off of a loss should just kill them. And the last game, I got Dallas 4, Dallas -3 and 50. So we get San Diego as a home dog. Does anybody think Dallas should be favored in this game against San Diego after watching yesterday's abortion? There you go. So that's what you take out of it. You analyze the game. This is why you've got to do it. You analyze the game. You come up with your own spread. And then you get the real spread. And, Kansas City 10, Kansas City 10. All right, Tennessee should be favored. We get them plus. So you've got to make the analysis before you see the line, because the line throws you off. It puts the number in your head. Then you're going, should it or shouldn't it? But if you can put the number out there before, what I think will happen, like Tennessee, if I just saw Baltimore plus 3.5, but because I did the line before, and I think Tennessee -3 is a winner. I mean, Tennessee they lost to Indy yesterday. But Baltimore losing to Pittsburgh, how the fuck is that make Baltimore a favorite over Tennessee now? I think it's a low scoring game, but I don't know how the fuck you make Baltimore favored. Who would take Baltimore and lay the points to Tennessee? Tannehill and Henry. I'm not betting against them. So that's what we have in the pros. Now I will bring in the stats from this weekend, which will tell me a little bit more over unders, A's and Z's. But I don't think a lot will change. Denver is a Z, and New Orleans and the Bears will still be a Z. Maybe an over team, and the Giants still suck. And the KC's defense is still really strong. So we will take it from there. But that's what we look at. So I'm 8-1 yesterday. I think I was like 9-1 the week before. So mighty hot. All right, these are the college games. Let's take a superficial overview first, and then we will dig into the games. Now, I've already went through all the stats. I've already recoded if they're an A team or an over or an under. Biggest games, let's go down the list. They start tomorrow. There's 2 games. Then Wednesday, 3, Thursday, 2, Friday, 3. They're trying to make you bet. Would you have ever bet UTEP Florida International if it was a Saturday? No fucking way. But if we make it a Wednesday game, then maybe you'll bet it. That's the only reason they're doing it. It fucks up all the teams because the teams are used to playing Saturday. It's college football. Pros are Sunday. Even when it's a Thursday. But now they got the London game in. And now the college, let's play Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday. What the fuck is that? So it fucks up the teams, which makes doing what we're doing extremely difficult. We can take what we think the team should be up to, but how do we factor in? So you algorithm guys, how do you factor in they're playing on Friday? Where does that fit in your algorithm? It doesn't. You can't. What would you do? How would you analyze that? Throw it into your model and win some possum. Because it's both teams. All right, so let's look at good games. We got Coastal Carolina, App State on Wednesday. App State's -10. Oh, no, I think these are my lines. Yeah, these are my lines, and the real lines weren't out yesterday. Okay, there was a few. I got 5 or 6 of real lines. Okay, so I'm sorry. These are my lines. New Mexico State laying 10 to Sam Houston. That'll be interesting. All right, we got SMU East Carolina. I got SMU laying 14. Good game here. Friday night, Tulane, Memphis. Memphis -3. It's Tulane -3 is the real line. Now, I'm reanalyzing how to play A teams. I like normally the dog, but I'm really getting kind of frustrated with the over-unders on it. Because as we said, the Niners and Dallas, 2 strong under teams, and they get to 52. And you're like, how does that happen? Well, keep in mind the A team, the Niners are an A team because they have a really strong offense. So what do you do with that? That's where I'm perplexed right now. Oklahoma, Texas. That was fine. I took the dog. We won. It was still a high-scoring game. Both defenses were under. One was 10 and one was like 12. And yet they scored 60 points. So I must rethink if you even bet totals on these A teams. If the real A team, Oklahoma, Texas. Because this week we got Oregon and Washington. My line, it's at Washington, Washington -7. The real line comes out, Washington -3. The total comes out at 67. This is not a 67. This is not an over game. But maybe it is. I don't. Neither was the Niner game. Oregon, strong defense. Washington, very strong defense. So Oregon's defense gives up 11. Washington's gives up 8. So you think, aha, it's an under. But we're running into these games and they're going over. And we're scratching our head going, how the fuck? What do you do with it? So first blush, I take Oregon in 9. I take the dog in an A game. That probably will work here. I think Oregon is probably one of the few teams with Utah, maybe UCLA, that can hang in there with Washington. Not USC. They are not hanging in with Washington. With that defense, no fucking way. All right, so that's the big game we got. Colorado 15 versus Stanford. Stanford's a Z team. Colorado should kill them because Stanford sucks. We got them against the Z team. This is totally different than Arizona and Arizona State. We know USC. Colorado should light them up and should cover this one. This is definitely a Colorado win, Bobby. Where's Bobby Bow? Tardy. He hasn't been feeling good. The public is 9-4 against the spread so far this week, winning with Frisco. No, the public did not win with Kansas City. The public won with Miami. I don't think they won with Cincinnati. I don't think that line moved. I don't know what you're calling the public. The public didn't win with Cincinnati. Houston, the public lost with Houston. The Jets were the Jets. No, the public lost with the Jets. The public won with Detroit. They lost with Pitt. And the Colts, they lost with the Colts. The Colts were 1.5-point favorites. Then it went to Tennessee 2.5. I don't know how you're analyzing it. You're not right. The public was on these dogs that covered Houston, Jets, and Pitt. How do you know the public was on it? I disagree with you. They were not on Houston. They bet Atlanta. They were not the Jets. They were not on the Jets. The line went from 1 to 2 means they're playing Denver. You follow the line, and Pitt. I don't know. I got 4.5, so I don't know that anything happened there. And crap color. So profit. You're not understanding. In the Indy game, if they were 1.5-point favorites, and then the money went to Tennessee 2.5, means the money's on Tennessee, not on Indy, because the line moved, right? Yes, Miami, Philly. The line went from 7 to 4.5. Was on the Rams. You lost. The Rams lost by 9. Denver, they went from 1 to 2.5. They bet. That's what they're doing. They're betting on Denver, making the spread go from 1 to 2.5. They lost. The Jets won. So I don't know what you're talking about. KC, the money was on Minnesota. It went from 4.5 to 3.5. So you don't understand what the line movement is, and you don't understand the public. 9-4 against the spread. No, it's not 9-4 against the spread. So, okay, we're wasting a lot of time on this. That means nothing. We don't care. First of all, we do teasers. Secondly, you're not giving us accurate information. You didn't give us accurate information on the Mountain West. So please don't bring that stuff into class, especially if you don't understand it, especially since it's not correct stuff. And I don't want my class betting on things that aren't real. So don't go there, Prophet. We're not looking for the needle in the haystack. That's not how we pick games. So we don't care about the public here, right? I'm teaching you how to analyze the games so you can bet them. I don't care what the public did. I don't care what the line does. I only care about analyzing the game and going with it. So if the line went on Miami, I switched to an over, and it went over. But I had the Jets, and when it went from 1 to 2, I still had the Jets more. So we don't want that in class. So, Prophet, if you want to bring something, I don't need any other stuff in class. It doesn't fit my agenda to teach how to bet football. It doesn't make sense. All right, college. Syracuse, Florida State. Syracuse is really looking bad. Florida State should kill them. Auburn, LSU. There you go, Bobby. We're betting LSU over, but we don't know what the real line is yet. I haven't gone. I got LSU -10. Miami, North Carolina, good game. I got North Carolina -3 at home. Miami with a 14 defense, North Carolina with a 19 defense. Not sure. See, here's where I'm not sure. This is the Ram-Dallas game. I'm not sure we're going to get an under here. Really, the best way to play the under is they got to be an under team, like Eastern Michigan. They don't score, and their defense only gives up 20 a game. That's the under we want to play. The A teams, I've got to figure out how we want to play them. Miami, North Carolina are A teams. So I don't know if I want to take Miami in 9 or what. I got to watch highlights of the Miami, how they fucking lost to Georgia Tech, and where was all their points. I saw a few interceptions, so it's just Miami continues with this terrible coaching. Alabama, 18 over Arkansas. Alabama's that defense is really strong. Arkansas, I think they get killed in the game. Georgia, Vandy, I don't know. I got Georgia at 21 over Vandy. Vandy with no defense. And I'm trying to really analyze Georgia. I don't think they're an under anymore because this quarterback is scoring a lot, and he's hitting Brock Bowers a lot for touchdowns, where Stenson Benson ran the ball, kept the clock running, and didn't really run. He'd scored 35, but Georgia's now scoring 50 points a game. Even if they let up the 10 they let up, it's going over. So I think Georgia, I am like, okay, they're not the under team anymore. They're the team. And this is what I mean by analyzing as the season goes on. I make these little adjustments where I'm losing with Georgia under. But you know what? If I just take Georgia, they're killing everybody. So I think they kill Vanderbilt here. I got them laying 21. We'll be curious to see the real line. Michigan, Indy, Michigan laying 21. They're a 7 defense. Now here, Indy's an under. They don't score a lot, and they give up 24. This is what we want. So Michigan should kill them because Indy can't score, but I'm not worried about Indy's defense giving up 24. Michigan only gives up 7. Michigan will shut them out. And all we need is, I got 21. Again, we'll get to the point spread. Ohio State, Purdue. I got Ohio State -17. They're giving up 10 points a game. Purdue gives up 28. Ohio State should have a pretty good day here. This is where Purdue gets the upset as a home dog usually, but not this year. Their quarterback sucks. Their defense sucks. Really the upset, you're looking for that strong defense. Cal and Utah. I got Utah -3. Or do I have it as a -3? I got -3, but it's probably maybe 7 or 8. Again, Cam Rising. Why do we have to wait till game time to find out about Cam Rising? He's waiting for his surgeon to say he can play. Why does it come down to Saturday afternoon? Can't we know on Thursday or Friday if he even visits the doctor? Or why doesn't the doctor just fucking come out and say he's got to be out 9 months or 10 months or whatever it is? What is he waiting for? Rising plays, they'll kill him. Rising doesn't play, we go under again. Texas A&M, Tennessee should be a good game. Tennessee's a 4-point favorite. Both teams have fairly good defenses, but I think both defenses are not real. They're, you got some high school teams in there and some week 1 games. Tennessee lost to Florida, but this game's at Tennessee. A&M, coming off the emotional game with Alabama, so we'll see. I think A&M could be the quarterback looks good on A&M. I don't, the fact he's the backup, he's a pretty good fucking backup. I'll tell you that. Oregon, Washington, we talked about. It's 3-67. Washington is a 3-point favorite. Oregon gives up 11 a game and Washington 18. Two strong defenses, two exceptionally strong offenses, both scoring in the 40s. Over under a 67. Very interesting game. Again, how much do we look at the defenses when we looked at the defense? Even Oklahoma, Texas was not a low scoring game, and their defenses are like 10 and 12. So I think when they play other teams, it's good. But A against A, they're A because they can score. And I think they can both score here. Good game. Let's see. Interesting game. Buffalo 10. Wow, that's my line. Buffalo's an over team, plays Bowling Green, a W team with a weak defense. This should be a high-scoring game there. I did really well on my overs, where they good offense, bad defense. They're clearly over and over. And when they played each other, I think the over hit every game. So I got to get away from these A's going over or under and just keep it with the unders and the overs, and just that's what I should play on. Iowa, Wisconsin. Iowa, an under team, under, offense, defense. Wisconsin, an A with the strong defense. Here's where you can probably go low scoring. Arizona, Washington State should be a good game at Washington State. Wyoming against the Air Force. Wyoming's been good at home, but so is Washington State, and they're coming off of the loss to UCLA. Look for Washington State there. Wyoming at the Air Force. Here you go. USC, Notre Dame. My spread's Notre Dame -6. The real line is Notre Dame -1. Over under of 66. This game should definitely go over. I don't understand. Notre Dame's just their defense has been okay. What happened in the Louisville game? They're not using Hartman correctly. Thank you, Titus. I'm in charge. It's like in the huddle. I'm the quarterback. Leave me alone. NC State, Duke. Duke is a very strong team. They beat Clemson. They should have beat Notre Dame. I got them laying 10 to NC State. I don't think they'll be laying 10. I think it'll be less. I like Duke here. Very strong defense. Duke has an 11 defense. Now, you would not know that if you didn't track the defense. And NC State's a 24, so they're not really where they should be. So I do like I like Duke here. Duke should be good. UCLA, Oregon State. This is another very good game. UCLA beat Washington State at home. Now, I warned my Washington State guy. They've been winning at home. Oregon State, Wisconsin at home. And Ward was like 14 touchdowns and 0 picks. Well, guess what? He threw 3 picks against UCLA, and they lost on the road. That's my point. You look good at home. Go look good on the road, and then we can talk about you're the best quarterback in the country. I don't understand. Are we not watching Caleb Williams, and are we not watching Penix at Washington and Bo Nix and Hartman? Are we not watching all the quarterbacks? We're just Primetime Junior's the best quarterback because he's Primetime Junior. That's why I'm the student and you are the professor. Thank you, Titus. Well, I mean, I'm trying to teach. It's like when we talk about inflation or gold. I'm trying to teach you what's really going on, and I know what's really going on. And inflation's going to be 2 or 3%. Where? Not in this world. It's not under 20%. So I tell you about what I know, and then I try to get into it so you can make your picks. Prophet wants to go what the public's doing. We don't give a fuck what the public's doing. I don't care. And he's wrong. He's not even analyzing it correctly. So that's the problem. But I don't. I'm on here 3 hours. I don't need to waste time with stuff that's not even factual. Don't need it. No offense, Prophet, but I told you about the Mountain West dogs too, and that lost. That's why I don't want it here, because that's not how I analyze. So UCLA, Oregon State. Oregon State, it looks like they're 4.5 over UCLA. I like UCLA if I get 10. UCLA, a very strong defense this year, giving up 12. Oregon State giving up 20. Both teams are A, but I question UCLA being the A team, especially at Oregon State. Uglia Buglia will have a hard time against this defense. And he's starting to throw interceptions. He thinks he's back at Clemson. Boise and Colorado State, this over versus over. I'm going to take this over. San Diego State and Hawaii. San Diego State's a Z team. They're giving up 31. Hawaii gives up 35. Do they have the offenses to get over? That's the key. So I don't know what we're talking about here. Crap college games this week. It's not crap college games. They're always good ones. You just got to find it. Alabama over Arkansas, Georgia over Vanderbilt. What are you talking about? Ohio State, Purdue. We've got, like I said, Oregon, Washington, Notre Dame, SC. Well, I don't know what you're saying. So now that these are my lines, a few of them are their lines. So now let's see if we got lines. We still don't have lines. What the fuck? LTAC, Middle Tennessee State's tomorrow, and I don't have a line for it. Fuck. All right. UTEP 1.5. This is the first line I got. UTEP minus 1.5. 43.5. I got Florida International minus 7. UTEP's a Z team as a road favorite. So we immediately like Florida International as a home dog. Not that they're any good, but UTEP's a Z team. They don't score. They give up 28 a game. You're going to make them a road favorite. Really. New Mexico State, I got 10, 3.5, 43.5. Again, the popular number. Against Sam Houston. Sam Houston, pretty much an under team. New Mexico State, we know with Pavia, they do score. I got them as a B team. It's at New Mexico State. Sam Houston, they played Liberty good last week. So hard to, this is the problem. You got the over team playing the under team. I like the over team being the dog. I'm not sure I like the under team being the dog. They just can't score. All right. West Virginia, 2.5, 52 to Houston. I have West Virginia minus 7. West Virginia's a B team. Houston's an over team. Houston gives up 30 a game. West Virginia, 19. West Virginia's but I don't like the scenario. I want West Virginia as the dog with that defense. In Houston as a home dog, West Virginia doesn't play that well in Texas, having to travel there every fucking week. So again, it's part of the betting is to getting the right team as the dog, like I pointed out in the pros. We got Seattle and San Diego as a dog. Like, that's all you can hope for. We're here. We wanted West Virginia to be the dog, but we got Houston as a home dog. I don't know if I like Houston that much. They got a 30 defense. I don't think I like them. So we will see. SMU, 11.5, 51 against East Carr. These are Thursday games. The West Virginia game and the SMU game are Thursdays. SMU 11.5, 51. SMU with a very strong defense this year. They score a lot, and they're only giving up 18 a game. East Carr is an under team, very weak team. I like SMU here, only laying 5.5. I think we got to check for injuries, just superficial. Tulane 3.5, 56 over under. Tulane's a very good team. Memphis is not bad. Memphis is the home dog here. Again, it's A against A. So here, I wanted Tulane as the dog, but I get Memphis. I think this game's extremely close. Both good defenses, both A teams, and I got a home dog. So that's how you got to look at it. Also Friday, Fresno State 5.5 and 60 to Utah State. Utah State's explosive over team, no defense. Fresno State, what happened to them? They lost to fucking Wyoming. I didn't play it. I was tempted to. This is the problem when you go, here's Fresno State, it's an A team playing at Wyoming, and Wyoming beats them, and you just scratch your head. How does that happen? How bad are these teams on the road? It's insane that these teams can't go. But if that game was in Fresno, if that Wyoming Fresno State was in Fresno, they'd have won by 28 points. How the fuck, because they go to Wyoming, are they that bad? Is it that much of a home field advantage? Apparently it is. Fresno State here, 5, Utah State and over. I would think this should be high scoring. Stanford, Colorado. Now this line changed. Colorado only 10.5. Unless I wrote it wrong, with an over-under of 59. So this is a prime timer. You got the Z team Stanford, who sucks, going to prime time. Now they're okay. Stanford's got a 35 defense, Colorado a 34 defense. So there's no defense on this field, but you got prime having played, losing to Oregon, losing to USC, close. Well, got close. Got lucky with Arizona State. That game was going to overtime, so it's not like they beat Arizona State. I mean, it was tough. They got them at the end, 27-24. I will guarantee you 45 points from Colorado in this game, and I guarantee you Stanford doesn't get to 20. This is all Colorado here. This is what you're looking for. Them against the 35 defense. That's what you want. That's why we played the Jets yesterday. That's why we played the Lions. That's why we played Miami. When they play the 35 defense is one thing. When they play the Jets, I don't want defense. Jets, maybe Dallas, if they get their heads out of their ass. I don't want to fuck with them. That's when you get killed. In this case, Colorado will light up Stanford. All right. Next, we go to the MAC. We got Eastern Michigan. Where the fuck? They moved it to noon. Okay. Eastern is 10. That's exactly what I called. And 43. Kent is the Z team. They give up 35. Eastern's kind of an under team. They don't score a lot. They give up 20. I like Eastern here. Lay the 4 at home. Again, Kent, this is where Eastern gets better. All of a sudden, they find the magic Z team in Kent, who got killed last week. Kent lost to Ohio 42-17 last week. So now they get their ass kicked by Eastern, who's not a really strong team. But again, did they play Tennessee? Did they play Georgia, Michigan, bringing their points down? And they still only give up 20 a game. So this is a real defense. But all they need to do is win by 4 against the Z team. So this is what frustrates me. So I play this game, and then the game, if it loses, I'm getting shit for the game lost. Well, fuck. I mean, they're playing a Z team. That's the idea. You're supposed to play those games. I can't help it if they don't win. There was a game I played last week. I played Rice. I had Rice laying 3 against Connecticut, who's the Z team. Connecticut fucking wins the game, like UMass beating our New Mexico State. And they beat them 38-31. And when I looked at the box score, Rice had 5 fumbles and 2 interceptions. So now I know how Connecticut got 38 points. What the fuck is Rice doing? All the turnovers. And that's so if you bet and you lose, you've got to understand it. And you look, 5 turnovers. Was it a good bet? Yes. Connecticut's a Z team. Rice scores. Rice still scored 31. So was it a good bet is what you look at. The final result, you can't control. I can't control Rice with 5 turnovers. Now you watch Rice will crush whoever they play this week, and Connecticut will get killed. And it just seems to be the timing of some of the things. So I'm going through in college a little bit of the timing things. Georgia under, they put up 50 on Kentucky. Really? Nobody puts up 50 on Kentucky. So it's just a timing thing. Look at New Mexico State and all the other weeks they crush their guys. So it's just what happens. And right now I'm just going through a little of the bad luck. Some guy asked me, well, look at the winners. I had Oklahoma, I had Alabama, I had Michigan, I had Kansas over, I had the Utah State over, I had Central Michigan over, I had 10 winners. Unfortunately, I played a lot of games and I had one loser and it kills the teaser. So there's nothing I can do there, but look at the whole picture. Who else had Alabama? I know guys here were going, Alabama, A&M plays them. Texas is going to win. I said, fuck you. And I took out Oklahoma. They win the game. I have Alabama. They win the game. So fuck. So the bets were good. The bets are always good. But again, I'm not Bernie Madoff. I must bet these before the game, not after. So if we lose, first of all, remember, these are my bets. So I'm betting them and losing also. When they lose, we win more than we lose. The bets are sound, so keep that in mind. Eastern, okay, we just talked. Florida State, 17.5, 56.5. Where are you, Florida State? Okay. Minus 17.56. Syracuse, I don't know what they are. They got blown out by Clemson, then they get blown out by North Carolina. Their stats say they're a B team, but they played high school teams and weak teams. Against these two teams, they got killed, so they're not really a B team. Florida State, we know, is an A team. They beat LSU, they beat Clemson. So I like Florida State here. 17 down to 11. They should kill Syracuse. They're at home. Over under a 56. It could be, but Florida State, the problem that happens in football is the emotion. So they get a pick, they score a touchdown. They get another pick, they score, and then before you know it, they put up 35 points, ruining your under. And Syracuse seems to turn the ball over. So I think in some of these, I got to play the team. Obviously, yesterday, Frisco, I should have known Prescott's going to throw the interceptions. I told you he would. So if he's going to throw 3 interceptions, then it's a pretty obvious, let's bet Frisco, because Purdy doesn't turn the ball over. McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, all that talent is just way better than Dallas, much better coach. So I've got to kind of weed off the totals, although I hit the Atlanta total under and the Miami over. So, again, I was 8-1 yesterday, losing the Dallas by 1 point. Not that matters, but I was pissed because when I saw 42-10, I said, and that's going to be the final with like 10 minutes left, and it was like, fuck, couldn't somebody miss an extra point for us? Michigan, Indiana. Oh, wow. Michigan minus 33. They're finally catching on with the 47. Now, do you take Michigan minus? This is what Vegas was doing a poor job of. I'm laying 18 last week to fucking Minnesota. Indiana sucks. 33 is a big number. Indiana doesn't score. Their defense gives up 24. They're not going to stop Michigan. Michigan just keeps rolling. Their defense has given up 7. I don't see how Indiana scores in this game. Michigan probably, 42-0, 42-7. So, Even though they're laying 33, I still think they're the play. Just judging by what's happening, and Indy's defense is a 24. It's not a Georgia defense. Michigan's laying 7. So, yeah, Michigan, another shutout, another easy win. Rutgers, -6, 41. Playing Michigan State, who absolutely sucks. Rutgers is a B team, giving up 14 a game, and they played Michigan. Michigan State, it's terrible. Coach gone. Their defense gives up 24. I like Rutgers even here all day. Michigan State's not, when the coach gets fired for sexual harassment or making sex phone calls or whatever, I mean, what kind of guys did you recruit in the first place? So I question Michigan State at all. Rutgers at home should take care of business. Good game here. Cincinnati -4.5, 47 to Iowa State, who played an under game again. Cincinnati's a B team with the 24 defense. Iowa State's an under team with the 22. If the quarterback quits throwing pick sixes, this should be an under game, 47. But Iowa State's given up 22 a game. And again, it was skewed by the 60 by Oklahoma. So you can't throw that out because this is Division I, but that makes their 22 high. Will Cincinnati be able to put up a big number? I don't think so. They're not a very strong team. We'll have to check. But Iowa State could be a live dog in this one. I think Cincy's a weak favorite in this game. James Madison. I like James Madison. Lane 3, that's what it is, 58. To Georgia Southern, who's also a good team. This is A versus A. What do you do with it? And I'm going to keep a stat on it. Do we play them over under, or we just play the dog? I like James Madison here, but Georgia Southern I like too. They're a good team. So I got to kind of dig into this one. Ohio State, Purdue. Ohio State lane 19. I had lane 17 and 50. Ohio State keeps, what did they do last week? Ohio State 37-17 to Maryland. Now, Maryland can score, got them early, and then Ohio State put up 20 late points. All in the fourth quarter. It was like 20-17. That was 37-17. Who can score, who has no defense. So, Ohio State laying 19. They're the 18. They give up 10. So it's really hard to play an over with a 10 team. Yet Ohio State should score. Their quarterback sucks, but he's getting better, which is the problem with the Alabamas, Ohio States, any of these teams when they lose their quarterback. Look at Utah without Rising. Their quarterback sucks. They're going to be in big trouble next year. But with Rising, they're a whole different animal. So with the quarterbacks, last year, Ohio State and Alabama are okay. Although Alabama wasn't really special last year. They lost 2 games. But with McCord, Ohio State's, their offense is weak. But Purdue can't do anything with the 28 defense. Ohio State's going to score. Maybe you'll lay the 19. Again, you're struggling with the quarterback. Maybe it's an under because you are struggling, but the defense is a 10. So maybe Ohio State keeps Purdue under bay, but they can't score themselves. And it's 50. It's a big number. Arkansas and Alabama, Ala-fucking-Bama, as we call them. Ala-fucking-Bama is now 19. Well, we're just going to call it 20 because we know that's where it's headed. 20-48. To Arkansas. Arkansas gives up 25 a game, scores. Alabama's an 18, gives up 15 a game. What was that score? 26-20. They play a 46 with A&M. This is a 48. I think it's an under, too. I think Alabama is just Milrose. Now, Milrose actually looked pretty good. I was watching the game, and their defense in the second half, A&M couldn't even get a first down. Just what a blitz after blitz. They blocked the field goal, which I called. I'm watching the game, and they're about to kick the field goal, and I go, it's going to be blocked. And sure as shit, it got blocked. And I was like, holy shit, I'm back. That's when my superpowers start working. Alabama minus 20 here. Jefferson, he's going to struggle. He's been struggling against A&M. He struggled. He struggled last week. Who did Arkansas play? They played Ole Miss 27-20. I mean, they're struggling against Ole Miss, and Ole Miss, I don't have the, are they here? I started putting the defense on here. Instead of just over or under, putting the defensive points on there like I'm doing in the NFL. I'm going, maybe that'll help me more here, because that's what I do in the NFL. If they're a 15 or a 20 or, in Denver's case, a 38, I can see it. And then that's why I've been dynamite the last 2 weeks. Where in college, I just would put over or under, and now I'm like, fuck it. And I'm putting the defensive totals in, but I've got to take out the high school games. So, and Nevada played USC 63-7. We can't help, but you got to kind of, okay, they're going to give up a lot to Washington and Oregon. Well, they don't play them, Nevada, but in the Mountain West, they're not playing you. They're not that bad defensively. So if I'm playing them as a Z team, they're not in the conference. So I've got to make a mental note there, which I have. So what, Alabama? So I like the game under. I think Alabama laying 20. Milrose looks good throwing the ball. They got a new receiver out of a sudden. They can't run the ball. But Milrose is starting to look like a quarterback. Arkansas, Jefferson, just not really. Something's wrong there. He's not looking like he normally does. So I mean, probably an under, because I don't think they're going to score in Alabama. Hey, Kenzie, why you're not online on WhatsApp? I am online on WhatsApp. Why are you not online on WhatsApp? You don't want to meet, so we're not meeting. So I don't get the point. Anyway, Temple. I got North Texas minus 10 and the over under a 70. Holy shit. I don't know. I do not understand this over. Temple's a W team. They don't score, and their defense gives up 34. North Texas gives up 40, but is an over team. Laying 7 to Temple. I like North Texas all day here with this line at minus 7. I don't see the 7. I would never play it over. Georgia, here we go. Here are the big boys. Georgia. Where are you, Georgia? Here we go. I got Georgia minus 21. Georgia's minus 31, unfortunately. Over under a 57. Georgia, an A team, gives up 13. Vanderbilt's an over team. However, in this situation, I call Georgia, but now you got a late 25. Vandy, I don't think is going to do a whole lot. But I think Georgia's now like this. They're almost like USC. They're going to put up 50 points, and you can't. Then so it's hard to go to the 57 route there with playing the game under, just because I think Georgia puts up 50, right? And then Vandy will get 10 because they got a pretty good offense and no defense. So I think it's all Georgia there. Navy and Charlotte. Navy. Here we go. Navy laying 3.5 and 45. We'll call it 46 against Charlotte. Navy's an E team. Charlotte is a W. They're kind of a weaker offense. They both give up 28. How about that? So Navy's a little bit better, probably a little bit harder to defend than Charlotte. They both give up 28. I think Navy laying 3.5 is probably good there, because Navy's they travel well. Okay. Toledo minus 16.5, 51.5 to Ball State. Toledo is the A team, gives up 23. Ball State's the Z team, gives up 34. Ball State last week lost to Eastern 24-10, so we like Toledo here. And you've got Ball State as a Z, and they're playing a good Toledo team. Toledo should kill them, and Ball State, gives up 34 games. So this is all Toledo going up and down the field. There's always games to be found. Utah minus 13.5. Y and 45. Do we have Cam Rising playing? Let's check. I mean, otherwise it doesn't make sense. They can't beat anybody by 13.5. Cam Rising will miss an undetermined length of time. Well, yeah, really? We know that. So no help there. The only way you can bet this game is if Cam Rising plays. Where did it go? So I'm not buying 1344, 45. I don't get this 13. It's clearly an under with Utah playing because they don't score and you can't score on them. Cal maybe gets 7. Utah maybe gets 14. I mean, that's all you're looking at here. But you do have Cal with an over defense 31. So Utah should win if they had a quarterback, but they don't. All right, Illinois, Maryland minus 14, 51. Maryland 14, 51. Maryland's an A team. They played Ohio State pretty tough, but they're going against Illinois. Here I like Maryland. Illinois gives up 29 a game. So this is adding the number really helps. Otherwise, it's an over, but you don't know what an over. Here they give up 29. Maryland will not have problems scoring. Illinois does. Their quarterback throws a lot of picks. Maryland's defense gives up 17 after the Ohio State game. So definitely like Maryland here. A&M, Tennessee 3.5, 455. We can add the totals. Again, this is A against A. Tennessee gives up 18, A&M 20. A&M's played Alabama. A&M's played Miami. Seem to have trouble against good passing teams like Miami. Tennessee at home laying 4. Milton's not that good, not as good as Hooker was. I'm curious if Hooker gets out of the Lions locker room or not, but should be an interesting. I kind of like the dog, but I think the matchup favors Tennessee. And they're only laying 18. They're only giving up 18. They had problems with Florida, and this is like Florida, A&M. Very interesting game. VTech, 1.5, 48.5 to Wake Forest. Wake Forest is an under team, giving up 21. VTech's an E team, giving up 27. So the better team is Wake as their dog. So Wake probably is a live dog. I got to check their quarterback. And of course, when I go through these, I have to check injuries, but not today. It's only Monday. And you really don't get nobody knows until, like Friday. Well, for the Saturday games, Friday. For the Friday games, Thursday. Then you really get a feel of, like if Rising, we don't know if he's playing. We won't know till Friday. Maybe Saturday. Penn State. Okay. Penn State. Why are they playing UMass? Can anybody help me with this? Penn State is laying 42 points. Over under a 57 to UMass, who's actually an over team. They give up. You guys think Penn State's so great, but UMass is an over team. They do score in the upper 20s or 30s to be an over team. I think this is. I don't know. I mean, they're gonna score 50 points. I think this is an over. Just because I think they score, UMass might get a little bit of points on them. Not a lot, but you're laying 42. So it's a tough lay. Troy and Army. Troy laying 4.5 and 44. Army is the B team here. They both give up 20 a game. Army's a better offense, and Troy is not. And I don't know why Troy's laying 4.5. I got Army minus 10. And they got Troy minus 4.5 to Army. I like Army. South Florida, 2.5, 58. They're playing Florida Atlantic without the quarterback. They're a real weak offense this year. The defense gives up 25. But the problem with South Florida, they're an over team. They give up 33. You cannot play South Florida here because they don't have a defense. Now, I don't know if Florida Atlantic, they don't have a quarterback. If they did it, this would be an easy over, but it's hard with Florida Atlantic. I got to check the quarterback. So I know the real quarterback's out. So is the second stringer any good? But it looks like he sucks too. Bowling Green and Buffalo. Buffalo laying only 5 and 47. Wow, I got this game over. Bowling Green's a W, gives up 29. Buffalo is an over, gives up 34. 47's a joke. Go over 41 all day with this one. Central Michigan and Akron. Central Michigan minus 12, 45. Akron's the Z team. Central scores mid-20s, gives up 34. So this is terrible defense, but Akron will not be able to score a lot to make the game go over. However, this over is so low at 45. This is definitely an over. Central scores, let's say, 25, and Akron probably scores 15. But against this defense, it's a 34 and a 30. This is why I took Central, the Notre Dame game over. And this is where I'm really questioning Notre Dame is they only put up 41 on Central. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I think Notre Dame's got a terrible offensive coordinator who's fucking them up. And what should be, Hardman should be blowing everybody away, but the offensive coordinator is terrible, or the coach is terrible, one or the other. So here, Central, I'm not laying 12, but so 45. So Central gets 28. We need 14 by Akron to get to 42. Oh, we need 39. I think this is well, it should. What did Akron do last week? Akron lost 55-14 to Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois is a W team, but Akron got 14 on them. So if we follow that logic, this is an over 39. Central will probably put up 40 by themselves. That'll get you the over. Miami of Ohio and Western Michigan. We're all over the MAC today. We've got Miami of Ohio minus 8.5. They're the A team in this mess called the MAC. Miami's an 18. They only give up 18 points, and Western's an over team. They give up 37. Miami should handle them, and then over under a 50, probably an over with Western. So let's look at Miami and Western. Miami beat Bowling Green 27-0, and Western beat I want to say BC or somebody. Where was that game? Western. Might have been the week before. I don't know. Or did they play earlier with these early games? Oh yeah, Western played Mississippi State. Mississippi State won 41-28. So Western put it up 28 on them, and yeah, so they'll put up more than 28 on Miami of Ohio. Yeah, I think this is an over 50, over 44. Well, game of the week, Washington is 3-67. They're both A's. They both have strong defenses. Although Oregon against Texas Tech was 38-31. How strong is Oregon's defense? Washington goes to East Lansing and beats Michigan State like 45-7 or whatever. This is a tough one. I don't see taking. I don't know how I can take Oregon here at Washington. Washington is going to be so tough to beat at home. And like I said, Oregon did not show up. Oh, let's take a look. Let's really get into this game. Oregon. All right. They beat Texas Tech 38-30. Then they're at home to Hawaii 55-10. They're at home to Colorado 42-6. Those are two pretty explosive teams. They give up 10 and 6, and then Stanford 42-6. We had them not last week, 2 weeks ago. Texas Tech 38-30. All right. And the other game, Portland State 81-7, skewing it. But if we just look at that, so they average about, let's say, 45 and give up roughly 12. So that's about what we got. They give up 11. But 45-11. So it's still, they beat Colorado, but have they beaten a defensive team? They haven't played a defensive team. Stanford, no defense. Colorado, no defense. Hawaii, no defense. Texas Tech's not defense. Let's see, do I have Texas Tech in? Texas Tech is 23, so not a bad defense, but not anywhere near Washington's 18. Well, pretty close. And they put up 38. Now let's go to Washington. And Washington beats Boise 56-19, beats Tulsa 43-10, Michigan State 41-7, Cal 59-32. So they gave up some points. And 31-24 with Arizona, which is really a 38-17 game because they fumbled at the 2. So it really wasn't that close. But Arizona has a pretty good defense. The game was at Arizona. So let's look at the Cal game, 59-32. That's it. They haven't really played anybody. Have they played an offensive team? Is Cal that strong offensively? They're an over team. They give up 31. And Washington puts up 59 on them. Yeah. And Arizona, what's Arizona? Arizona gives up 23. And they beat them 31-24 with the fumble at the 2. All right, so you would think Oregon would be a live dog in this game. I think over under 67 probably gets there, even though the defenses are good. Oklahoma, Texas with the same defenses and the same offenses played to a 64. So I'm gonna think they're gonna get into the 60s. It all depends how the game goes. If Washington gets up 42-0, it ain't getting in the 60s, but I don't see that happening. If anybody goes, I think Oregon could put them up, score on them. Tough call. $2.5 at 8.5, 67. I don't know. Probably an over. I got under, but I got to change that because I'm realizing these A teams are explosive. These defenses are good against weaker offenses, but not against these offenses. Oklahoma, Texas, they couldn't stop each other, really. Oklahoma, great defenses. So I think they will score. Well, let's look at last year's game. So if we take last year, 37-34, Washington wins. The year before, Oregon wins 35-31, and then a 26-16 game. So should be high scoring. I mean, I'd be shocked if it was 17-14. It could, the way my luck's going, it could happen, but I doubt it. All right, TCU minus 4.5, 53. Both are B teams. Both give up 22. We like TCU. BYU is not bad. Is BYU a live dog? Don't know. Is it an over game? Yeah, I think it's an over. Both teams score, although TCU didn't score last week. Kansas and Oak State. Kansas minus 357. Oak State's an under team. They just don't have a quarterback. Defense 23. Kansas defense is 6. And we know they gave up a ton of points to Texas. I don't think they played Oklahoma yet. They can score, as we know. And with Bean, and they ran the ball. One guy had like 250 yards rushing last week against a good UCF team. So I love Kansas as a dog. Unfortunately, they're favorite. 57. See, it's hard because it should be an over, but let's see. Let's take a quick look at Oak State and see if they've been scoring lately. Yeah, 29-21, they beat Kansas State. That's a 50. Iowa State, they lose 34-27. That's a 60 to Iowa State. So they struggled in the beginning, although they beat Arizona State. And Central Arkansas, they had a problem with. So if you look at the last 3 games, they lost to South Alabama 33-7 somehow. Unbelievable. So the last 2 games, 27 on Iowa State, 29 on Kansas State. So let's give them 27 points. Kansas is going to be good for 30 points is 50. So, yeah, this is a good over, I believe. The problem is it's not over versus over. And that's where we're really getting into problems, right? We bet this game over, and then it's 20-14, and we're scratching our head going, how did that happen? Well, Kansas gives up 26. Oak State gives up 23. So you'd think it should get in the 50s. We're not asking for a 70. We're asking for 50 here. So this game we got to be careful with. Ohio, Northern Illinois. Ohio minus 6.5. 44. Ohio's an under team. They give up only 11 a game, so we're not going over here. Northern Illinois is a pretty good team, even team. They give up 24, scored 24. I don't think they're going to score much against Ohio, who doesn't seem to score. This should be an under. They played Iowa State 10-7. They actually beat Iowa State 10-7. The over-under is 44, unfortunately. But Northern Illinois only gives up 24. This should be a low scoring. Ohio gives up 11 a game. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so this should be an under game. Wisconsin, Iowa. Wisconsin minus 10. And look at this, 37 under. Holy fuck. Iowa gives up 16 a game. We know they can't score. And their quarterback's out, McNamara from Michigan. Wisconsin's an A team. Gives up 18 a game. They run a lot, although they're going to have trouble running on Iowa. With McNamara out, I don't think Iowa can score. But what's interesting about Mordecai from SMU, their quarterback, he looks great inside the 20s or between the 20s. When they get to the red zone, they're handing the ball off to the guy. So he's only got 3 touchdowns, even though he probably should have 20. Because when they get down there, he doesn't throw it. Wisconsin minus 10. How do you play a under 37? Oh, it's so difficult. But Iowa, I mean, if I tried to pick a score, I'd pick 21-3. I think Iowa's defense will keep that running guy down, but their quarterback could light it up. It's at Wisconsin. And Iowa, we saw the 31-0 game against Penn State. This probably is about the same. It's probably 31-0. I think you could go under 43, but very carefully. Vegas against Reno. It's the all Vegas game. It's the all Nevada game. We got Vegas minus 10 and 55. I've got it marked over. Vegas is over, gives up 27. Nevada as a Z team gives up 38. Again, it's skewed because of the USC game. So we got to take a closer look at Nevada. Nevada lost to Fresno 27-9. Texas State 35-24. Kansas 31-24. See, they're skewed because USC, they lost 66-14, and then they lost to Idaho 33-60. So let's just look at the last three games. The last three games, 50. So they're scoring about 19, and they're giving up 30, which would make them a Z team, but not the 38 they gave up if we pull out the SC. So they're really giving up about 30. Vegas is an over team. And Nevada, they put up 24 on Kansas, 24 on Texas State, and 9 on Fresno. But I can see the 20s here, and then Vegas getting in the 30s. Yeah, this is probably a pretty good over. Not really, because Nevada is going to score a lot, but I think Vegas will score a lot. I don't think they can really stop them. They give up, so they give up 33, let's say. That's still a big number. So it could be an over. San Jose State, 8.5. 58 to New Mexico. Both teams are over. One gives up 34, one gives up 31. This is exactly what you're looking for. San Jose State, good offense, good quarterback. New Mexico scoring. Neither team can stop the win, and it's only a 58. Every one of these I played last week won. Central Michigan, Kansas, Utah State, Boise State was playing San Jose State. It's 4-0 with these over versus overs. So I think the problem is, like, you see the A team with the strong defense and you play them under, like Georgia, and they go over, and you're like, fuck. San Francisco, fuck. So that's really the problem. But the overs go over. I mean, they're just they can score and you can't stop them, and that's what ends up happening. So keep that in mind. That's a perfect over for you. Louisville Pitt, Louisville -7 and 47. Louisville, no, they are going to be flat. They beat Notre Dame. Now, Clemson was not flat after losing to Florida State, probably because they lost. Notre Dame was flat against Duke, had to score on the last play of the game to win. And now we'll see Oklahoma next week after the Texas win, how flat they are. But I think when you have strong defense, you're less apt to be flat, as Clemson showed. 47. We got Louisville, an A team. We got Pitt. Pitt does not have the defense this year, giving up 26. They're an even team. They probably score 24. So they're going to score in the mid-20s. Louisville probably gets in the mid-20s. 47. Again, they're an A team. Pitt, I don't know. Pitt had some low-scoring games, so I'm going to lay away. Marshall, Georgia State. Georgia State we like, but not here. 1.5, 56. I think Marshall's a live dog. Marshall's an over team. Gives up 26, but Georgia State's defense is giving up 24. So they're not as strong. I think Marshall's a live dog here. Wyoming in the Air Force minus 10. That's what they are, 42. So I already have underwritten. Air Force gives up 12 a game. You can't stop it. Gotta like the Air Force. Wyoming's good at home, not in the mountains of. Here you got to go play in the mountains in Colorado, and Air Force is just dynamite. So Wyoming, yeah, they're good at home, but not on the road. Arizona, Washington State, very interesting game. We've got Washington State minus 8.5, 61. Arizona's a B team, actually. They give up 23. They got a pretty good defense. Washington State, good offense with Cam Ward, who will be at home, and they're off a loss, and they give up 25. Arizona's backup quarterback looked good. Again, they had strong defense, but they're playing at Washington. This is Pac-10. You're in the desert, it's one thing. You're in the mountains, it's another. You're on the West Coast, it's another. Here you're at Washington. Over under a 61 seems high. I think Washington State wins. They're off of a loss. They beat already Oregon State and Wisconsin at home. They really have to win the game. Arizona, we'll see how their quarterback's doing, but right now I kind of like Washington State here. Pretty good defenses. UL Monroe, Texas State. Texas State minus 17, 61. UL Monroe's a Z team, give up 34 a game. Texas State's the over team, which means they're going to score 40 here, and they're 17. I like Texas State. This is the team that beat Baylor. I keep saying that to give some flavor to them. UL Monroe is pretty weak. Auburn, LSU. There you go, Bobby. They moved this game to 7 o'clock for you in the Bayou. We got LSU minus 12 and 62. LSU's an over team now. They do not have a defense. They give up 32 a game. Auburn's a B team. They give up 18. They played Georgia pretty well, 27-20. Last week, I think they got killed if they play. I thought they played. Maybe not. They probably were so depleted from the Georgia game. They lost 27-20 to them. UAB. Yeah, I don't see Auburn. Georgia, Kansas, or Kentucky. How they put up 51 on Kentucky is unbelievable. Yeah, I don't see Auburn. Okay, so with that said, where am I? LSU, Auburn. This is a normal. They play each other, even though they're in the different. Oh no, they're both in the East or the West, whatever they are. There's the Auburn side, and there's the Georgia side. They are on the Auburn's, the Alabama side. LSU 12. Auburn gives up 18, but I don't know. Let's check out Auburn's 18. Yeah, they give up 14 to UMass, 10 to Cal, Samford, A&M. They lose 27-10, and they lose to Georgia 27-20. So they got a very good defense. Giving up 27 to Georgia is looking like very good now. So they'll have a decent defense. LSU can't stop the wind. 12.5 at LSU on a Saturday night, which we know is very difficult to play in. They're the B over. Well, I don't know. I think you maybe take Auburn in 18. It's hard to take LSU here with the 32 defense. They give up 32 points a game. It's hard to take them. K-State, Texas Tech. We've got Texas Tech minus 1.5, 56. K-State's not as good as they usually are. They lost to Oak State last week. Texas Tech 1.5. They give up 23. K-State gives up 21. Hard to say. K-State's normally a live dog in this case, but they're just not playing well. So I don't know. Need more research. Kentucky 2.5, 54 to Missouri. Minus 2.5, 54. Kentucky was an A team, although they still are, but I'm wondering how they are. And Missouri is an over team. They give up 25. Kentucky got their shit beat out of them by Georgia. I think Kentucky plays a better game. Missouri played LSU tough. LSU finally lit them up at the end. I think Kentucky wins here. They got a 21 defense, even with the 50 to Georgia. So pretty good. I think Kentucky at home gets the win. Miami, North Car. I've got North Car minus 3.5, 56. I think you got to go with Miami as the dog with Van Dyke. Off of a loss, I can't explain it. I think it might have been raining. I wasn't sure. Miami with the better defense, a 14 defense to a 19 defense. Van Dyke, much better than May. Yeah, I like the dog in this game. Miami getting points from a weak team like North Carolina. USC, Notre Dame. Ooh, Notre Dame's up to 2.5 for some reason. 61. No, wow, this spread went from 66. It did it last week where they forced it up early, but by Monday, it's now went from 60. They did the same thing last week. It dropped from like 64 to 54 or something. 61 and 2.5. Wow. I like SC getting 8.5 from anybody, from half the pro teams. They played the Bears. I would take SC in 8.5. Over under a 61. Notre Dame giving up 16 a game, but they look like shit against Ohio State. They look like more shit against Duke. And they absolutely look like shit against Louisville. Louisville is an 18 defense, so USC is a 27, so they're a weak defense. I think this is an over. I think Hartman will have a big game against this defense like everybody else is, but Notre Dame's not going to stop. I mean, Louisville put up 30 on them. Here you go. Go over. This I can eat. 55 in a USC game. That's your halftime score. I mean, if this game goes 21-16, I don't know what to say. I really don't. If this is the Ohio State score, I don't know what to say because I don't know what else to do. You got an over defense with USC. Nobody can stop them, including the pros. And Hartman, who only the coach can stop Hartman with these stupid plays. Notre Dame over, I think, is even more attractive than USC plus 8.5. Here we go. Ooh, another tasty one. We've got Duke. I got Duke minus 10. Duke is minus 3.5. 47 to NC State. I absolutely love Duke in this game. Wow. Duke's defense gives up 11. They play Notre Dame and Clemson and give up 11. Riley Leonard got hurt in the Notre Dame game, which is now 2 weeks ago. I think he played last week. Let's quickly see if he's on the injured list, if it even has it on scores and odds, which I don't really like for injuries. Riley Leonard exited the previous contest with leg injury, and it remains to be seen if he will take the. What kind of fucking? He's questionable with the leg. What kind of fucking injury report is that? Yeah, he left the Notre Dame game 2 weeks ago, not last week. I think he'll play. But yeah, Duke, if he, as long as he's okay. So this is the problem. You finally get the game you want, and then you got to worry about the quarterback being injured, motherfucker. Oregon State, UCLA. Oregon State -3.5. And 53. This is absolutely an under. Oregon State gives up 20 a game, UCLA 12. They're both A teams. Ugly a boogly, I will throw 3 picks. And UCLA has the freshman quarterback who's going to be in trouble in this game. So it all comes down to how many turnovers and where they are. I guarantee UCLA throws 2, and I guarantee Ugly a boogly with 3. So are they going to be pick sixes, and we're going to be scratching our heads going, how did we lose the under in this? I know UCLA's got just a smoking hot defense. Well, let's look at last game. They beat Washington State, very similar to Oregon State, 25-17. They play a 42. This is a 54, so we go under 60. This has got to be good, this under. And Oregon State gives up 20. So UCLA ain't going to do a lot of scoring anyway. So, yeah, this I like. I'm finding these good games at the bottom, like last week. UTSA against UAB. UTSA -10 and 65. I got the game over. Yeah, this is over against over. UAB gives up 36. UTSA gives up 30. But they got Frank Harris back, and they lit it up last week with Frank Harris. So I think this, as long as he's playing, this should be an over. So we just got to watch our injuries. I don't like it as much because it's a 65 than in the 50s, but looks good. Boise State, Colorado State, 61, perfect. Love this game over. Colorado State, Boise's -7 and 61. This is over against over. This is also a 30. Colorado State gives up 36. Boise gives up 30. Another perfect over at 61. And you can see, okay, Notre Dame 61, but look at let's see, do we have that high? Like here, Temple plays North Texas at 70. I don't understand that line. Temple doesn't score. That's such an under. But if you had like a 68, here's a 67, Oregon, Washington. That I'd much rather bet Boise, Colorado State at 61 to go over 55. That's much more doable. Oregon and Washington at 67, that's a bullshit over number. We know they're going to bet it over. So instead of making it 62, we make it 67. That's the problem I have. And it's the same thing. I'm shocked the USC Notre Dame is 61. That really doesn't make sense. That's very surprising. So then I put it out there and I go, we're taking the Notre Dame SC over. And then it doesn't go over. And it's like, oh, you don't know how to pick your game loss. I'm like, are you kidding me? How else could you play USC in a 61 with Hartman on Notre Dame? Is it a good pick? I'm not Bernie Madoff. I do not pick the games after. We pick them before. What the fuck? Is it a good pick? If it ain't a good pick, don't bet it. But if you don't know what you're doing, then you don't understand it's a good pick. That's all I can do is give you a good pick. Just like the Boise, Colorado State over 61, you go over 55. One team gives up 30, one team gives up 36, and they both score. They both score in the 30s. So it should be a 70-point game. You're doing 55. Again, if it loses, it loses. But is it a good pick before the game starts, not after the game's over? Mr. Madoff. Last but not least, San Diego State is lane 6. Wow, 51 to Hawaii. Now, here's something that'll blow your mind. San Diego State is a Z team. They don't score and they up 31. I don't remember the last time San Diego State gave up more than 19. Hawaii scores in the 20s and gives up 35. Hawaii's a W team. San Diego State, you have a Z team as the favorite on the road. Hawaii is a play over under a 51. All right, let's see what San Diego State's doing here. You're telling me they can't score 30 points on Hawaii? Really? Air Force, they lost 49-10. Boise, see the high scoring game, 34-31. Oregon State, 26-9. UCLA, 35-10. Idaho State doesn't count. And Ohio is a pretty good defensive team. So if we throw out the Idaho State, so they scored 20 on Ohio, 10 on UCLA, who's got a terrible defense. I mean, great defense. Oregon State, I believe, 26-9. Yeah, it must be Oregon State. It says Oregon or State U. What does that mean? Jesus, my computer. So they scored 9 on Oregon State and 10 on UCLA, which is expected. 10 on the Air Force, and then the Boise, they scored 31. So this is kind of like the Boise. So I would expect them to score in the 20s. And Hawaii, they're not stopping the wind. 49 on Air. So against Boise, this should be a 60-point game. It's 51. So this should be that's over 45, and neither team's got a defense. Although it is deceiving because San Diego State's played UCLA and Oregon State, but Hawaii we know played I think Oregon and did they play USC? Washington. They got killed by Washington. That is it. We're still waiting for the Tuesday games. Tech, Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee's the Z team there. And Coastal Carolina App State is B against over. App State's the over team. Good quarterback. Then we got Liberty Jacksonville State. Liberty's the A team, but let us down last week. I think. Maybe it's not. Oh, yeah, there it is. And that's it. So those 3 we don't have lines for. And then it starts. So Wednesday's Coastal Carolina App State, Utah, Florida International, Sam Houston, New Mexico State. Tuesday, tomorrow's Tech, Middle Tennessee. I got Tech by 10. Middle Tennessee's the Z team, both with the over defenses. Liberty, A team, giving up 18 against Jacksonville State. B team giving up 18. So Liberty scores a little bit. They get like 40 a game. I don't know what happened last year. I had them minus whatever, and they didn't. They scored 21 points against a shit team. So what was the score? Liberty played Sam Houston, lane 20. They win 21-16. Like, really? Although Sam Houston's got a pretty good defense, and Jacksonville State's got a better defense at 18. So you got to be careful with these strong defensive teams. That's what hurts you. That's why you look for the over teams. If you can get the over teams, you're in much better shape. All right. So you want to bet against the over defense and bet on the under defense when appropriate. That's what you're looking for. So you can see how many games I find just going through it. Now I might push the Oregon-Washington game over because I like the game. So I should maybe not play the game at 67 over a 61, but I might end up, or I might end up taking Oregon at 9 because it's Oregon at Washington. So, those are the games you got to be leery of. You play it even though you shouldn't. But then you get on Boise, Colorado State over is the game you should be playing. That's the over to play because both teams score a lot and give up a lot. Where Oregon, Washington, you've got teams that give up 11 and 18. What are you doing playing it over? But because they score so much on offense, you tend to do that. So that's really the issue. Let's talk a little gold. Now, gold jumped up a lot today. If you have any more football, let me know. The gold price jumped back. It's up 21 today at 18.55. So I go to the gold store Friday and Saturday. Doesn't have anything. No, that was the week before. I went Saturday and he had nothing. He had these 3/10 of an ounce that he wants to sell for $250 because he doesn't want to lose money on it because he bought it when the premiums are higher. Well, why would I pay $250? I mean, you can't play that game if the premium's down to 18.20 and you're selling it for $250 and at 19.50 and the spot dropped $100. How in the world do you not drop your thing? So I told him, we're not stupid. You paid $250 for it. You don't want to lose money. Well, but the spot went down. You got to play the game like we do. But when somebody brings in an ounce coin, you're not giving them 19.50. You're giving them spot. So you're giving them 18.20 for the 19.50. So when the spot goes up, you're going to jump the price up. But when the spot's down, you don't have anything to sell, and you're only giving the guy spot. So it's just a bunch of bullshit. But we're not stupid. I know exactly what he's doing, and I don't like it. I don't know that I'll sell my gold to him if he's going to play these games. Now, it depends. If it's at 50,000, he wants to give me 49,000, I won't give a fuck. That'll be okay. But outside of that, no. So gold's up. Silver's up to 21.81. Again, on paper, which we don't give a fuck about. So we're waiting for I don't know who's going to come out with the physical market. I assume Russia will have a physical market. And if COMEX stays low, it'll get killed. And the key will be on COMEX that once they run out of gold, they're gone. So all of China is buying on their savings account to try to get rid of COMEX. That's what's happening. So 1 billion for people in China. But again, this is all hypothetical. Oh, they'll all buy gold. Will they? Do they have any money over there? I doubt it. They all got killed by the housing crisis. So they're trying to sell it like they do, but they probably don't. That's the thing. So with that said, does it matter? We buy it here. I don't know. Alligators starting to, the U.S. don't even have passports. They don't know what Europe looks like. They don't leave the U.S. It's a bunch of bullshit. The reason we're not into gold, we don't know anything about it. We are thrown by Apple, by Microsoft, by Amazon. We're not showed to buy gold because it doesn't move. So why would we get into gold? That's why we don't buy it. It's got nothing to do with the rest of the country. And nobody's studies it or trained in it but me and you. That's the only people that understand what gold really is. And so when the U.S. doesn't get it, don't call us idiots. Don't call us, we don't know. First of all, the reason we don't have passports because we'd rather go to Vegas and Hawaii and the Caribbean and Florida and Disney World than go to Europe. That's why most people don't have passports. We have so many different things to see here that why would we need to go to Europe for? I do because I got European girlfriends, so I want to see them. And I've been to a lot of the countries there, and they're very nice. But I've been to Vegas 50 times, and I've been to Florida a little bit, California a little bit. That's about it. I have no desire for Chicago and get killed. I'll go up north to Michigan a little bit, but that's it. I don't really travel. But lately, meeting Jenna, we're going to go to like Greece or Italy, and we've been to Portugal and Barcelona. So it's been nice little trips. A week here and a week there. I'm waiting to hear from Jenna when we're going on the next one. She's busy with her son having to join the Army and take tests and take blood tests and stuff like that. So that's the law. When he's 16, he's got to sign up for the Army. I don't know that he goes into the Army, but he's got to sign up for it. So I told her that it'll end next year when the election comes up, then it'll end. Until then, the globalists in the U.S., the buffets and the other people, and the George Soros don't want the war to end. They're making too much money selling arms. What a fucked up world we live in, right? So trying to explain that to her. Inflation's very high. Housing market's getting crushed. Now, there was a video I was watching. It's Germany in crisis, a great power in trouble. What's wrong with Germany? I'm not going to play this. I'm going to tell you about it. So the biggest thing is you've got three different governments. You've got the green power, the liberals who, don't hurt the environment. You've got the liberals and you've got the conservatives. Why they call the right, there's the left, what do they call it? The left, on the left and on the right. They call the right the extremists. Hitler was not a right. He was a left fascist communist well, not communist. He was a dictator. That is not far right. That is far left. Anybody that wants to control you, fascist, communism, dictators are left. The right side are the conservatives. I don't get this. Then they use the term extreme conservatives. The fuck does that mean? What do you mean extreme? So either you're for freedom or you're not. Either you want low taxes or you don't. Germany's fucked because their expenses are going up because they got off of nuclear power onto the oil of the Russians, and now they're trying to go on with windmills. Yeah, that works until the wind stops blowing and the sun stops shining. So their costs have gone way up. Their taxes are up. The inflation is high there. That's why they're in trouble, just like everybody else. Once you fuck your dollar up and you add so with inflation, which adds the cost and the prices, once that happens, you're fucked because everything costs more. And then how do you afford it? Well, if their energy is costing more coming from the Russians, so it makes more money goes into the utility, the heat and the air conditioning. That leaves you less money for food and everything. Your food goes up. So I got to eat. And then before you know it, you don't have any money. And before you know it, then there's all these immigrants coming. This is all George Soros. The immigrants come into London. They fuck England. They've come into Germany. They fuck Germany because they come in and they want all this welfare. Oh, pay us, pay us. Well, where does it come from? It comes from the workers. There's no jobs. These people are not skilled, shouldn't be coming. If you want to add to your your government, the U.S., you want people coming in with skill sets. You want people with masters who are going to work for Microsoft or Google or Apple or GM. They're engineers, they're IT, they're doctors. That's who you want coming in. You do not want guys with no skill, and that's what we got. People without skills. That's what Germany's got. That's what England's got. So you got to take care of them because they don't have it. So it's a burden on your economy. If they do work, it kills your people that work with a lower skill level because they'll work for cheap. So if you're both working at the grocery store, you're making $15 an hour. Now these guys will come in and do it for $5. That lowers your wage down to $5 or $6 an hour, and all your Germans or British who are doing it get fucked. But you're not adding to your engineers or your IT people, right? Those people are fucked. So now it starts where then you have all these extra regulations that they're piling on because they're liberals. This is a lot of Europe, a lot of socialists. So they pile on the regulations because we can't have pollution. Oh my God, if we have pollution, we'll all die. Okay, let's get over that. For pollution, but people aren't, does everybody run there and pollute the water supply and pollute the ocean? I don't know. And can you clean it? Probably. Because when you see how broad the ocean is, you put a little shit in, it's going to get washed out anyway. You're killing the fish. That's not good. But anyway, so the regulations are huge. The companies can't earn money and they can't hire people because all the people that you're bringing in are not skilled labor. You need skilled labor. So they need skilled labor. They need like me there. They need people with masters and finance and economics and IT, but they're not going there because the Germans, see now in Germany, they only want Germans. They don't want people from the Middle East to come in. And in the U.S. is different. We let the people in, but they got to be productive. So we have Orientals and we got Indians and we got Arabs, but we don't care as long as they're productive. If they're doctors and lawyers and accountants and IT people, that's fine. Come on in, and off they go, and they make a good living. It's the troublemakers that come in that we don't want. We don't want the criminals in because then it's taking up costs. And the non-skilled people come in and they fuck your country because they want money that we don't have. Where does it come from? It comes from us. We make money and it goes into taxes, and then the taxes they got to hand out to these guys that aren't even Americans or Germans or Muslims or whatever. It's fucking ridiculous. And in Europe, it's different. In Italy, it's all Italians. In Germany, it's all Germans. And I know in the Ukraine, it's Ukrainians. Russia is Russians, not the whole ball of wax we have. So a lot of the Germans do not want them in. And it's killing the country because of that. It's killing like Britain because the white British guy who fought in World War II is gone. I mean, there's very few white British people. It's all coming from Iran, Iraq, the Muslims who are being forced out by all these militant Afghanistan and all those Middle East countries that are dictators and oil money and stuff like that. So these people are leaving, but nobody wants them, and that's their own problem, right? So they come and then they ruin the country they're in because they don't respect it. So that's the problem. So why is Germany failing? Well, you're getting away from nuclear power into fucking where the Russians charge you up the ass. Your euro is going to zero, just like ours is. And the companies can't really, it's so expensive and so many regulations that they can't deal with it. So companies are leaving. The electric car mess. How does Mercedes stay in business? They got to make electric cars that won't sell. So now their sales are dropping. Audi, BMW, Mercedes. Nobody wants electric cars. Nobody wants them there either. And then they're blaming China. Well, no, just stick with the regular cars. Why is everybody going to electric when, as we talk, Say's law, supply creates demand? If there's no demand, here's the demand for the electric car, and you're making all these, how are you going to sell them? Nobody wants them. And if they do, the price is way down here at 20,000, not 100,000. Tesla's trying to sell them for 100 grand. Who the fuck's going to buy an electric car for 100 grand? Nobody wants it, but more or less, who has 100 grand at a 10% interest rate to buy a fucking electric car? I'm starting to drive by people with Tesla going like this, going, you're a loser. Because they are. They're out of their fucking minds. So when the battery catches on fire or the battery dies and you're trapped inside your car, you can't roll your window down, don't come crying to me. Just like inflation, when the dollar dies and you don't have gold or silver, and I'm telling you to buy it and you don't listen, don't come crawling to me at that point. I told you what's going to happen. So that's the problem with a lot of Europe, Germany specifically. They are making the wrong products. All the Green Party forcing all these regulations on them. We need windmills and solar panels. How stupid are these governments? I mean, what are you doing? It doesn't work. Oh, yeah, we're all going to die because we use nuclear power. Oh, okay, yeah. But we're not going to die with windmills and solar when it's not windy out and we don't have any power. We'll probably die of that first. It's too expensive and it doesn't work. So, I don't know, what the fuck? But again, this is the problem when you have it now. You have a nice gas-powered car. You have good electricity, good heat, nuclear power. It works well. There's no risk. What the fuck are you doing? That's George Soros, and that's the problem. He wants to come up with all this bullshit. It doesn't work, and he's basically trying to kill everybody because he's a Nazi and he wants revenge for. This is like the Oklahoma game. George Soros wants revenge for the Nazis losing. He can't even. He's Hungarian. He told on all the Hungarian Jews. The Nazis killed them all. He laughed at it. He took all the Nazi gold, and then he's bankrupting a lot. He's fixing elections. How this guy is not in prison from 20 years ago, and his kid should be in prison because his kid's getting his money, who's 35. So all we need is another asshole on the loose. Hopefully he won't be, but I doubt it. And why are we letting this one guy tell us what to do as we all face all these heavy burdens that we shouldn't be facing because George Soros is an asshole who wants revenge for the Nazis losing. I mean, it's just insane. So that's really the problem. It's George Soros, and we need to fix it before he does more damage. You want to vote for Trump this next election? Good luck. It ain't going to be a real election. It'll be just like the fixed one that's there that he fixes all over the world. That's what he does. So you get all these. That's how you get all these idiots running these countries to death and inflating, and all the inflation is due to George Soros putting idiots in charge. Most of the economists are Keynesians, which are communist. Government runs. How does the government can't run a free market? A free market runs a free market. Me and you run the economy, not the government. The government can. It's not able to tell. The government can't tell what we want to buy. I want to buy this Columbia nice sweatshirt. You don't know what I want to buy. You wouldn't even make the Colombian shirt. But in a competitive free market, Columbia puts it down to this price and makes it, and it's a nice looking thing, and it was $20. I get in line and I buy it. That's free market. Not government saying, well, you can't make blue, you can only make red, and you're going to sell them for $50. I mean, it's impossible. It doesn't work. It can't work. And that's the big problem. I watched Mark McGuire again over the weekend. It made a little bit more sense that basically basically the gold backed ruble will destroy all the fiat currencies, which is good. That's a positive for us buying gold and silver. So he did say that, but the way he talks, it's Chinese. And I put in the comments, which I showed you, is talking fucking English. I could talk gibberish to you about football that would be way over your head. You wouldn't get anything out of it. Why would I have a class that nobody learns? Because I don't know how to communicate, or I can bring it down and communicate, and off we go. Prophet wants to come in with this public does this and that, and they're not even truthful numbers. What is the class out of that? So what are we all supposed to bet? The public's 9-4 against the spread, but yet he's wrong. They're not. Kansas City, the public went on Minnesota. What the hell is he talking about? So what do you want? You want us to bet those? Does that mean anything? No, it's confusing to the class and to me. It makes no sense, and I don't want it in the class. I'm controlling the class, what you can learn out of it. Kenzie doesn't even want to sit in the class. She's worried about whatever. She comes on but doesn't say anything. So what is she doing? She's got my email. She's got my number. Call me, text me. She won't do it because she's not real. I'm going to waste time with her. But anyway, that's the point. When I talk about girls and games, that's a game right there, right? She wants money, but she won't present herself. I don't want to play that game with her. Like I said, some girls, the game is money. I don't want to play the game. If it's other things, that's fine. I sent Daria rent today. That's part of the game, but I understand that. Either I play it or I don't. This other girl from Hungary, I said, what the fuck's going on? Why don't you talk to me? So she sent me a nice heart today, and okay. I understand the game with her. I don't really know why she's not communicating like she did, but I make my presence felt, and then she can play the game or not. But that's what it is. I mean, waiting to go to Russia. There's nothing I can do. We want to get together, but we got a war that we can't deal with. So what do we do with it? But we understand that. But the thing, so again, you watch these finance movies. Well, there was one movie I was watching yesterday, one of these foreign films on Tubi, and this guy starts dating this girl, wants to marry her, and then he gets all jealous. And he's like multiple personality, where he's very nice to her in the beginning, and then he's jealous because she takes a job, and the boss isn't coming on to her, just being friendly to her, and he starts attacking her boss. And clearly he didn't get the game. I mean, he's super jealous, so he's acting like a 3-year-old. This is what most men do. They act like 3-year-olds. They get jealous because the girl talks to somebody else, which as soon as that happens, it's all over because you don't get the game. Bobby Bo, what do I think of war with Israel? I think it's George Soros, just like the rest of this shit. What are they fighting for? I don't know. I saw they're at war, but I didn't really get into it. I'm still digesting the U.S. versus Russia, and that's been going on for 2 years. So what about the war with Israel? This is Palestine against Israel, and who's favored, and who are we betting on, and what is the point of the war? Are they after either what, oil or gold? It's always about money. So give me more description. Anyway, so this guy gets all jealous to the girl, and the girl leaves him. She's all freaked out, and the guy doesn't get the game. Or in his game, he wasn't clear that you can't talk to any other guys. So he gets jealous. Well, why? Because she took a job and she has a boss, and you're getting jealous. Like the guy was really weird, multiple personality, just a loser. And so she runs away, but that's the whole point. Why didn't you make the rules of the game up before you played the game? Luke, how you doing? Another day closer to the currency crisis at hand. You notice gold, the paper gold's up like $20 today. Is it a holiday with you guys? I mean, what is this? Columbus Day and the government's closed? Like, what the fuck is going on with that? I did get my Social Security. Actually, I got it on Friday, but my PayPal, so the football money I PayPal to my bank didn't show up today. I'm assuming tomorrow. Normally, if I send it off on Saturday, on Monday, I get it. But today I didn't. But if the bank's closed, then okay, I understand why. So I think that's what happened. I'll get it tomorrow, I assume. This isn't PayPal. It'll come on the 11th, and today's the 9th. So I'll get it by Wednesday. I'm not terribly worried, but I'm surprised because normally by Monday I get it. My interview went great on Thursday. I met with HR. She asked me when I can start and how much I want to make. And I told her what I made at Harley and what I made at Mercedes. And she said, oh, that's fine. So the next step, that was with HR, is to interview with the VP of Finance for a senior financial analyst job. Remote. It's a cybersecurity company. So I'm excited because it won't go out of business like the autos are about to. So I'm waiting to hear when the interview with the VP will take place. They need somebody. The controller left, and I guess they want to do more finance, so they want to bring in somebody like me with the master's. So I'm waiting on the VP of Finance interview. Hopefully it'll happen. I'll hear by tomorrow, but until I do, phase 1's complete, waiting on phase 2. No holiday here working. Many bankers are closed, but the stock market is open. Yeah, I mean, it's a federal holiday for fucking Armistice Day or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, today is a bank holiday. I just found out myself about an hour ago. Why are the banks closed? Or is this because gold's about to go up and they're closing their doors? So get ready for that. That's what's going to happen. The banks will close the doors and not open them, or you won't be able to get your money out. Be ready for that. I think it's getting very close to that. Watching Mark McGuire's Friday show again, it's clear that Russia has no choice but to come out with the gold-backed ruble. Because now that there's no more petrodollar, so before Russia would sell their dollar to India, they would pay rupees to dollars and give the dollars to Russia. Now that we've sanctioned them, they can't do that. They can't take rupees, turn them into dollars to turn them into rubles because they can't use dollars. So they are forced to take gold. They must take gold. So now they're taking gold for their oil. Thank God for that. And they're not going to do it at 2,000 an ounce. And then the next thing is then the rupee, which is going, it's like 97. Like I said, I sent 5,000 rubles to Daria because she wanted a bathing suit. It cost me $50. So it's almost $100 for a dollar to the ruble. But they're not broke. They've got 32,000 tons of fucking gold. They're not broke. They're the only ones with money, and I'm in China. So now they are forced to come out with a ruble backed by gold. Again, raising the gold price. Then you have China over here. All their citizens are now able in their bank accounts to buy a gram of gold. I think what happens, and I'm not 100% sure, but I'm beginning to understand, COMEX blows up and they have no more physical gold to the arbitrage with. So right now, if they have an ounce of gold, they can do 10,000 ounces of derivatives, let's say. But they have to have that ounce of gold to do the derivative to lower the price. But if all of China, if they all buy like a tenth, 1 gram of gold, that'll deplete COMEX, and then the game's over. COMEX with no gold can't do anything. So it's very little gold left in COMEX, which I think is what officially blows it up. And or they can't arbitrage it. So in other words, if Russia makes it $5,000 an ounce, COMEX is fucked there too, and I think has to go to 5,000. I don't think they can sit around fucking around at 2,000, and Russia says, no, 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 we need a higher price for our oil and for the ruble backing because there's too many. We got to print, how many rubles do they got to print for their population? So they're going to have to make the ruble go from 2,000 to 20,000. That's coming very, very soon because they're being sanctioned. So therefore nobody wants the ruble. And you can see the price is now 97. So for me and Daria, it works okay. I give her $100. She's rich in rubles. And I don't know what it buys there. Her prices, she said, have been going up. And I told her to watch out when you hear about a gold-backed ruble. We might not hear about it. Please tell me. So she's got that. She's in the wheelhouse listening out for us when there's the gold-backed ruble. So it's always good to have a Russian contact like Mark McGuire and Alligator say they have. Luke, we will see it happen all at once or gradual with the paper price going to true value all at once. If metals fly today, I will tell Luke the hospital. Okay, there we go. And Bobby is a man of his word. So there you go. Also, Luke, we know it's Bobby because of this. So I took the card out. He's approved it. So we know Bobby is Bobby. You're doing it the hard way. I just show his card and he gets all excited. Anyway, what'll happen is it's not going to go 2,100, 2,200, 2,300. It's going to go at least 5,000. And then once the shit hits the fan, it'll go from 5 to 10 to 20. Because once people who are being blindsided by Madoff right now, once the blindsiding ends and they realize finally that gold has this huge value that they have been lied to, it's just think of the Titanic, right? Okay, I'm on the Titanic. We've hit the iceberg. And then people don't believe it. Well, this ship can't sink. And the water's now up to their waist in the hallway. And the lights are starting to go on going, well, why is all the water on the fucking boat? And as they figured that out, then what happens? The whole mass, let's run to the lifeboat, right? The panic. Once the light goes on, and then they all run to the lifeboat. There's not enough lifeboats, and most of the people died. But once they realize this is zero, the light goes on, they're all going to run to gold. And there's a lot more demand. So a lot more people want it than there is supply. The supply is very limited when you get out of the paper shit, right? The ETFs aren't real. The IRAs aren't real. The gold stocks aren't real gold, and everything, and the COMEX isn't real. So any of that you own in those situations are not real. So you're going to try to get gold out of a glass. Well, there's no gold in this glass, just some cinnamon. There's no gold in here. So if you have an ETF and you call up Sprout and Rick Rude and try to get your gold out, you're fucked. You don't have any. So as people start realizing it, the price of gold for us physical people goes through the roof. Now, I went to the gold store on Saturday, first time for the week. He had his 3 little 1/10 of an ounces that he's still trying to get $250 for because that's what he bought it for, and he doesn't want to take a loss. And I called him on it. I says, well, you just got fucked because you bought it at $19.50, and now it's down to $18.40, and you don't want to lower it to the $190 price it should be. And he just said, yeah. And I go, yeah, we're not stupid. We know what you're doing, which is bullshit because of the price, the people coming in. He had bought some 1 ounces and he was selling them for like $19.29 or something. He had a Cougar hand for $19.09. But that's what he's doing. But the 1/10 of an ounce he wouldn't sell. Then he had he had like 6 gold bars from Swiss, the 1 ounces. at 1,900 an ounce, and hit a few that were 5. What do you call them? Grams. Gram, and it's like 0.23 or 0.33 of an ounce. I said, fuck it. I just give me the quarter ounces. Bring in the half ounce, the quarter ounce. I said, but I have the interview. So if the interview goes and I get the job, then I will empty and go buy another 4 ounces of gold before, while it's still at 1,900 before it goes. Now, gold jumped 20, $25 today, probably jumping more this week. I guess there was a holiday in China, a gold holiday, so that's why they weren't bidding it back up. But now their holiday's over, and now we're on holiday, and you can see the stock go up. So with that said, with the Chinese, if they all buy a gram of gold, all the people, there's 1 billion people in their banks, they can say, give me a gram. Now, can they afford it? That's what Mark McGuire didn't understand or explain. Yeah, there's 1 billion people, but if they can't afford it because they all lost their ass in the housing collapse, then they're not going to buy it. They can buy it, but do they have money to buy it? So that's what China's hoping, is that cleans it out. He should send you a signed one. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, medals will come through since Notre Dame and Hartman screwed me pretty bad on Saturday. Horrible. Yeah, they're not using Hartman right, the offensive coordinator, and I spoke about that going through the games. So earlier I went through all the pro and all the college games for next week and looked at last week. I was 8-1 yesterday. Pat myself on the back. My only loser was the fucking Frisco Dallas under 51, and it ended 52. That's the only loser. I hit my Jets, my Chiefs, my Rams, the Lions, the Miami, and the over in the Miami game, and the Atlanta under. And I stayed away from Buffalo because Jacksonville fucked them with staying the extra week in London. No, well, that's what I was just explaining. I went to buy, but until I get the job, I don't want to start spending 4,000 or 6,000 on gold. I don't know how long I'll be out. So I always am very protective about that. So if I get the interview tomorrow and I get the job and I start, I'll get my ass to the gold store and go buy another 3-4 ounces at 1,900 an ounce. I mean, it's on sale, but the guy's not selling. He doesn't have any quarters or halves. I wanted, like I told him, give me some quarter Cougar Hands and quarter Maple Leafs and some halves. And he doesn't have any. So he had 4 1-ounce Eagles at 1930. And I said, but I can't. I'm not working. I just bought 4. I can't just go and I can't leave myself no money and then be forced to trade in some gold at these ridiculously low prices. So I'm only buying now. I'm not a seller of gold at 1,900. I'm a seller of gold at 20,000, at 30,000, not at 2,000. I'm not an idiot. I know where it's going, and I'm not going to sell it now for all the tea in China unless I need to. But that's why I have my money in my safe as a buffer. So that's what I'm doing. So yes, as soon as I find out about this job, I will buy. But I did want to buy. I took a grand with to buy a couple of quarters or a half, but he didn't have any. Luke, I just bought another ounce today. I also bought Aftermath Silver. What the hell is that? Aftermath Silver Junior mining stock. It's just so cheap. We'll take my chances on the miners. You must understand, there's $90 trillion out in the other part of the world, Asia and Europe, that have money in our market, our housing, and our banks, $90 trillion. Once these people realize that the dollar is worthless, they are going to sell it all. And the banks are going to collapse, and the market is going to collapse, and the housing market is going to collapse. So you're sitting on cheap silver stock in the middle of this tidal wave of people selling their stocks, bonds, and everything. and getting out of the banks and getting out of their houses. So you need to just wait until this happens. $90 trillion. What do you think that's going to do to the housing market and the stock market and the banks? Think, McFly, think. So, yes. Is silver good? Yes. Is it going through the roof? Yes. But the stocks are going to go tank. All of them will. They're going to say sell everything. They're not going to keep the gold and silver stocks. They're going to just dump. After the dump, then your silver stock will be $2. Your gold, my Newmont mining will be $5. Then I can buy some shares and watch it go from $5 to 150. But until then, I have all my gold, which is going to go from 2,000 to 50,000. And then it goes to not being used with dollars. Gold will be gold on its own, and it'll be worth a ton. So you're fine in physical. The stocks, I would wait till they dump the 90 trillion. Then I would buy. I'm at like 38% physical, 36% mining stock. Okay, good luck. You're way too high in your mining stocks. I think the mining stocks will go ballistic with a gold-backed dollar be converted somehow with a revaluation. The gold will. I'm not sure the mining stocks, until the collapse is over, will go up. If gold goes ballistic, so will the gold mining stocks. Not if that there's 90, you got to realize, so the people in, let's say, Germany have gold mining stocks. But then they realize they're in our stock market with US dollars, and they realize the US dollars are going to zero. And once they realize that, they are selling everything. They're not going to sit there and go, well, wait, my Newmont mining, don't sell that. It's still in US dollars, as are your stocks are in US dollars. Don't forget that. Gold is gold. It doesn't need to be in US dollars. Your stocks are in US dollars. How are you going to value your gold? Well, I know how we'll value the gold coins, and the silver for you, Bobby, will be, it doesn't need dollars for it. It'll be in gold and silver. But your stocks are going to be in dollars, and then it goes to zero because the dollar goes out. Now, what are you going to do with your stocks? That's the problem. All the assets, this might be beautiful Canadian Club 12-year. Let's say it's worth $100 now, dollars. When the dollar goes to zero, how much is this worth? Zero. The only thing with a value after the collapse is the gold and silver, because it doesn't need to be priced in dollars. Then what happens to this? This will be priced in gold and silver. So an ounce of silver will buy this. That's what will happen. So your stocks will go to zero because what do they put on the balance? What does Microsoft put on its balance sheet and its financial statements when the dollar goes to zero? What do they put? Well, what's my revenue? Zero. What's my assets worth? Zero. I got $1 billion in the bank. Zero. Warren Buffett, $2 billion in cash in his mattress. It's worth zero. Keep in mind that things priced in dollars go to zero. Now they get priced in gold. So if you're holding the Mickey Mantle and the Tom Brady and the Joe Montana card, they will then get priced. So the $125,000 Montana card goes to $0, but then goes to something in gold. Maybe an ounce of gold buys the Montana card. That's what will happen. Now, it's going to take a while, but it's getting closer and closer. So when these guys sell their 90 trillion out, and 90 trillion, let me say that again, the dollar goes to zero. So anything priced in dollars go to zero. And they're doing it because they think the digital dollar will save them, but it won't, because it's still priced in fiat currency. And what's going to happen? It's going to be pretty quickly, I think. When will it happen? We, of course, don't know, but it will be pretty quick when it does go. And so you can only prepare by buying the gold and silver. You can't really, I understand what you're trying to do in the stock market. Look, the gold and silver will go up, so the stocks will go up. But first, the collapse is coming. When they sell all their stocks, your stock goes along for the ride. It's the tidal wave. So when the tidal wave hits, it dumps the water onto the land. Well, all of the water goes out. Not, well, wait, we've got the gold stocks in the water. They won't hit the land. No, the whole thing collapses. If gold goes ballistic, so will the gold mining stock. Okay. Professor, these junior miners make up less than 0.01% of the stock market. I understand. They have physical gold in ground and own 100% of the property. I understand. We're arguing apples and oranges. You're correct, Luke. I follow you, and I know what their physical gold will be worth. But you're not following that the stocks first will collapse, then you can buy them. So you need to wait for the 90 trillion to leave. So there's 90 trillion owned by the foreigners between stocks, bonds, housing market, stock market, and banks. So yes, in the whole grand scheme of things, 0.01% are in gold stocks. That doesn't matter. If the 90 trillion sells their gold stocks, they're going to sell everything because they want to get out of dollars. You want to get out of dollars. This is the point you must understand, Luke. You want to get out of dollars. Stocks are dollars. So you must understand that. You don't want your money in the bank. The money in the bank's the same thing. Well, look at gold. They say it's what, 0.5% of the world's assets is in physical gold. Okay, but it's like the Titanic. Pretty soon when people realize the ship's sinking, they're going to be 20% of the people or more trying to buy gold. And that pushes that price to the moon. So just sit in gold and silver, and you'll be far better off. Look, if I thought you were right, I would be in the gold and Newmont mining. But I know that it's all collapsing. I'm much better off with all my gold in coins than in stocks. Then if I want to, when the market crashes, then I can sit there and buy those stocks cheap. Then I agree with you. Gold gets revalued. Those stocks go through the roof because they're assets. The gold in the mines are priced at like $1,100 an ounce. And then they'll be repriced at $30,000 an ounce. Yes, the stocks go up to the moon. I understand that, but you're missing the point of the tidal wave coming and the market collapsing. Then you go buy, right? Then do the Eddie Murphy trading places. I'll buy that, and I'll buy that, and I'll buy that. Then you do that. That's what you're going to do. Wait for it and then buy it. So you're ahead of the game, and you're not realizing when they sell, they're selling everything. They're not keeping their gold stocks, and all the stocks will be zero. They'll be repriced in gold, like Microsoft will probably be repriced in gold and silver, or Amazon or Tesla is not worth anything anyway. If you own any type of car or Harley stock, get the fuck out. They can't sell any. They're trying to not only sell electric, but even the regular ones at a 10%, 9% interest rate on the loan, forcing up the car payment, right? So the car payment's $1,000 a month. Who's buying that? So why would you want to own stock in Ford, GM, or any of these? Because they can't sell them. It's impossible to. So therefore, it's going to zero. Tesla's going to zero. You don't understand. He can't sell an electric car, more or less one that's worth $100,000. How many people can afford $100,000 at 10% for an electric car? Or they'll pay cash for it. Okay, so there's 25 people that can afford a $100,000 car with cash. Do they want to buy a Tesla, or do they want to buy a Mercedes that's gas powered? That's the whole point. So most of his sales are in China, but if they're all buying gold, Well, China probably doesn't have a high interest rate, so he probably can sell it. That's probably why he's making the sales. Here, it's $900,000 a month. There, it's probably 300 or 400 because they don't have the inflation and the high interest rates. So that's probably why they're able to sell them in China and not here. But keep that in mind. But don't really want to be in the stock market unless, it's going to crash. So understand, and we understand why, is because all these Europeans, all these foreigners are got to sell the 90 trillion because they hold money in US dollars that's worthless. And once Russia, so the key point will be when Russia has the gold backed currency. Once you hear that, this cannot compete. This cannot compete with gold. That's why they've been keeping the price of gold down for 50 years, because they know if you have a choice of gold or this, you're going to choose gold 100% of the time. So if they make gold look like it's nothing, oh, you don't want to invest in it, it doesn't do anything, you stay in this. But you don't realize what you're doing. When you're in stocks and bonds and money in the bank, you're in this. This is gone. So you got to get out of all paper. Right, so there's the Titanic. Well, we're on the third deck instead of the second deck. The boat's sinking. It doesn't matter if you're on the first, second, third, fourth deck. It's going down. It's going to be at the bottom of the Atlantic. That's what's coming. So it doesn't matter which deck you're on. Get the fuck off the boat. Go to the gold boat. So I know you're trying to go and be prudent and buying the gold and silver stocks. And it will go up, but so will your coins. But all the stocks, because there won't be a value. What dollars is the lead currency, but if the dollar's gone, what do we value this in? We know it's got a value. You got a Rolex watch, it's worth $50,000, but now if the dollar's worthless, what's the Rolex watch worth? Nothing. Until we price it in gold, then it might be worth an ounce of gold. Okay, so that's going to happen as things get repriced in gold and silver. God knows how that's going to years. Go to the grocery store and buy a can of tuna, buy a milk. What do I pay you for? Well, we got to come up with the price in the same way you come up with the price before. We put it on the shelf. We put a price on it. If nobody buys it, we lower the price. If people buy it, we do it. So, it's going to be a nightmare. But gold and silver won't matter because it'll be priced so high, you'll be fine. And you'll be able to sell it easily because everybody will want it. The demand for gold, once it's known that the dollar's worthless, the demand for gold will be so high, you'll just, but the problem is, what do you sell it for? We don't want this shit. So if gold hit 50,000 tomorrow, I don't want this, right? So I don't even want to get this. What am I going to do with it? It's going to be worthless. So I got to wait for the new dollar to come out, unless I need 10 grand to pay credit cards or something. Then I sell 10,000 worth, pay off the credit cards, but I don't even know if we'll owe on the credit cards because once the dollar's gone, well, I don't owe you anything. Sorry, Chase. Yeah, your 10 grand I have is now worth zero and I don't have money. So how do I pay the credit card off? I don't think I do. Will they switch it to the new currency? Possibly, but that's going to be tricky to do. I think they just say, fuck it, and then start anew. There's $1 trillion of credit card debt out there. What are they going to do with that? That's all going to zero. The mortgages, see, because everything's priced in dollars. Everything should be priced in gold. We wouldn't have this problem. But the idiots in charge are Keynesians and communists and a bunch of morons don't know what the fuck they're doing. So they're let's print more money. Let's print more money. And the more you print, the less it's worth, you fucking idiots. And that's the problem. That's the problem with the whole world. They're just thinking they can print because it's Keynesians that George Soros put in charge. So they're all sitting there printing, we'll print more money, we'll print more money. Yeah, you didn't see the 1923 Germans printing 1 billion Deutschmarks a day until the dollar was wallpapered because it was worthless. You can't just print. And I don't know why it's so hard for them to understand the lesson learned from before. That's what they did, and it didn't work. That's what Venezuela does, and they're on their $8, and Brazil does the same thing. That's what Turkey's trying to do, and Sri Lanka and Greece and all these countries that went bankrupt, they printed and printed and printed, and didn't help them. Only thing, Zimbabwe got it right. The only way out is gold, and they came out with gold coins, and that's what saved them, and that's the only way out. But the problem is the U.S. is too stupid to have gold. They don't have any. They're not buying it at these ridiculously low prices. And guess what? Putin understands it's got 35,000 tons. And China's trying to get more and more by having their citizens do it. And I bet they take it from their citizens. I wouldn't trust the Chinese government. But there's 60,000 tons over there. There's 100,000 tons between China and Russia. That's the rich countries. Problem is they got fucked up government. I guess I'd rather live in Russia than China, but China's communist. Russia, I don't think it is. I got to ask Daria. She wants to leave, of course, but neither countries that I'm gonna pack up and move to. But they got all the gold. It's the golden rule. He who has the gold rules. So can you learn Russian or Chinese? I know a little Russian, and I got Daria, so we should be okay. God, it's just a fucking nightmare. And the U.S. just seems to let it happen. They just won't do anything. So, yeah, Luke, to your question, yeah, the Newmont Mining has gold in the ground and in their mines, and it'll all go up, and the value of the stock will go up 100%. I'm just saying, not that it's not good to do, but to wait until the collapse to do it, then buy your stocks. Or you can buy them now, and then it's going to crash, and you're going to go, let's say they're at $20, it goes to $2. And then it'll go back to 20. So if you can stomach that, then do that. Yes, they definitely will go through the roof just because their inventory will shoot up, and that'll make their balance sheets stronger and make their P&Ls. They'll all have huge record profits. So yeah, you'll make money on it. It's just I'd wait till 2, then buy it at 20, watch it go to 2, and then go back to 20. You get more bang for your buck at 2 than you do at 20. But I understand you're going to be finding them, but just buckle your seatbelt as the tidal wave is about to hit. So I think this is hitting soon because Russia doesn't have much time left on the ruble. They have to have it gold back. Once that is, Katie bar the door, the ball game's over. Once the ruble is gold back, then who the fuck would want the dollar? The problem is, though, with the sanctions, can we buy the ruble? But it won't really matter because they need it back by gold. They'll need a much higher gold price. And that's all we care about. Presser, so you eat twice a day. Yeah, pretty much, Bobby. I might, like I had chicken today, so I made chicken legs and a salad. And I have nothing in the house to nibble on, so I got to go buy popcorn or get my pita or get a cantaloupe or something. But yeah, I'll eat that, and then I'll have dinner, and then after dinner, I'll try to have a tea and a coffee. I'll try to drink after that, but yeah, or maybe nibble on my chocolate bars, my 90%, something like that. But yeah, I'm eating. Theoretically, it's noon and then 6:30, and then get out, and then just I'll do my football and then go from there. But that's the idea. Yeah, you want the guy inside you digging away. You don't want to keep bothering him with more and more food. That's the problem. that our guy says, Dr. Eckberg, he says, well, people eat 6 times a day. That's how they get big and fat, man. They just keep throwing sugar into their bodies out of their fucking minds. And then that makes you even hungrier when you're eating Chips Ahoy and you're eating ice cream and you're eating bagels, makes you even hungrier. If you eat at least chicken and veggies, I'm not making myself hungrier by eating that type of. If you eat broccoli, it's not going to make you hungry, and you're not going to eat the whole thing until it's done. You're going to have 4 or 5 of them or some cauliflower, and you're going, okay, I'm full. Oh, General Chow, Bobby. There was sugar in it's sweet and sour sauce. I says, is there sugar in it? Because I feel a little bit funny after eating the General Chow. Did you change your recipe? She says, yeah, it's sweet and sour. There is sugar in it. I says, can you put it on the side? And she said, yes. So I said, okay, give me the General Chow. And then in the little container, she put the sweet and sour sauce on. So now I got everything without the sauce. And then I just kind of dip in a little bit and eat the chicken that way. And it's much better. I mean, because, it's sitting in the sauce. So you're eating a lot of sugar. It's sort of like when I go get the barbecue ribs, I now bring my Ken's French dressing. So the salad and the potato are in the dressing, and then the ribs or chicken, like if I get what I'll get is barbecue chicken. Once I eat the top with the barbecue, the skin, then when I get to the meat, I got the Ken's French dressing. I don't have the extremely sweet barbecue sauce that I got in. That's the only thing you need to understand when you go to these barbecue places. The sauce is very sweet, very much sugar. So you got to be very careful. I just bring my own, my Ken's French dressing, and nobody says a word to me. And I say, I need it for health. And everybody's like, fine. As long as you pay the bill, we don't give a shit. And so that's what I do. So if I know I'm going, I've got the Ken's French dressing with me. And I just walk in with it. But I got to be careful getting the ribs. I wonder if I can get it without the barbecue sauce. Just cook it without the sauce. Because I'm sure all they do is spread it on. And then I can use the French dressing on that. But I just assume get the chicken, I think. Bobby Bo, same here. I need to go buy some avocados. Yeah, I haven't eaten my avocado yet. And other foods is I eat all the weekend and need to go. Well, that's what happens to me. So I'll go today. I need veggies. Well, I got the veggies. I think I went to Walmart for them Friday or something. So I run out of meat, and then I got to go get hamburger and steaks and chicken. And then I run out of veggies 3 days later where I need lettuce, broccoli, cauliflower, and my red and yellow peppers and my mushrooms. So usually if I buy them today, they're good till Saturday. And then Saturday I can go out after class or on the way home from swimming and get them. Luke, I heard one of the best performing stocks during the Great Depression was a mining company. It went up but when did it go? Yeah, because it probably went up after the crash. So watch the timing of it. So take a look at what it was. Track it by date. It happened, October was the crash. So look at it in September, October, November, and see when it was low, and then it went up. So it probably got crushed down to 2 and then back up to 100. Is probably my of what happened to it, right? So yeah, it looks like a big, but watch what happens October 29th to the price of it. And then from there, it probably jumped up. I'm not arguing that point. I'm arguing just wait till it collapses, then go into it. Bobby, what you mean funny? You feel tired or other symptoms? I just, too much sugar. It made me just feel funny. Sometimes it makes me tired. Sometimes it just makes me go to sleep. I'll be watching something on TV and I can't keep my eyes open. That's from the sugar. So I was just eating it and I just felt a little bit off. I don't know how to explain it. Just didn't feel right. You just don't feel right. And so I felt a lot better having it without the sauce and then just kind of dipping it in the sauce. I usually get the hot mustard too. Man, but if you dip it in hot mustard, you're asking for trouble because that shit is just burns your tongue, burns your whole insides. But it's good. I like the hot mustard. But that's what I meant. It just you felt a little bit, zoned out in the mind a little bit. Concentration, just it just didn't feel right. But she was honest. She said, yeah. And then I said, can I get it on the side? And she said, yeah. Otherwise, I would have got this Hunan chicken, which is chicken with all these vegetables. And then there's no sweet and sour sauce. So, because she did that when for a change of pace, I got sweet and sour chicken. And when I got it home, the whole sweet and sour sauce was in its own little container. So here's the chicken here and the sweet and sour from the container, and I would just dip it in. And I think that's how you get a little sugar, but I get a little sugar from my salad dressings. But so she did that, and it was perfect. So now I'll just order it like that, and she's fine with it. They're very nice. I've been going there for 30 years. My friend asked me about my ex-wife, seeing her there like a month ago. And he goes, well, did she say hi? And I go, no, I don't know how I married her. And I'm glad I divorced her, but she didn't even come over and say, hi, how you doing? How's your health? You look good. Didn't say a word, just went out and had this mean look on her face. And I just laughed. I'm like, what a fucking loser that girl is. So, yeah, but it's funny. I go there every Saturday. We used to go on Saturdays when we were married, and the kids would grow up, and we'd go on every other Saturday or so. And it was a good 20-minute drive because we moved away, and it was in a different area, and it was well worth it. But then you could sit down in the restaurant. Now it's carryout. It's a real pain in the ass because it's a 20-minute drive. It's a little bit less because I'm going from the swim club, and then it's wait 10 minutes, get it, and then I got to drive home a half hour, and then I got the football games on. So it just makes it really cumbersome. Okay, yeah, and we need the professor thinking clearly for class, or else we're stuck listening to Mark McGuire. Well, we listen to Mark McGuire because I think it benefits you when he talks clear. Plus, we all care about the professor. Oh, thank you, Bobby Bo. I appreciate that. No, I mean, that's why I fast. I mean, my blood pressure is 120. When I meet these heavy people in the hot tub or at the club and I go, you got diabetes, you need to fast. And it's amazing how they don't listen to you. Either they don't think I know what I'm talking about, or they're just so stubborn. I want to eat Fritos and Coke and beer, and I don't want to stop, even though I'm going to die of a stroke in about 3 weeks from being this fat, high blood pressure person, or I'll take the medication. So you give them the key to life and they just throw it away. And it's like, as you say, Bobby, you just shake your head going, I don't understand. There was one guy who was really heavy, and I go, I can save your life if you'd like me to. And he said, no. And I just sat there like, I can save your life, but I want you're okay before I start in with the health. And he said, no. And I just like, well, you're going to die. You're overweight. And obviously you don't know what you're doing. People are amazing, right? No, I'd rather die. I'm going to smoke my cigarettes or drink and have all my sugar and, or not buy gold. And I'm smarter than you. Yeah. Oh, you look, how much gold do you have? None. Yeah. Oh, and you're smarter than me. Okay. Sure you are. How is your health, Bobby Bo? How'd your blood test come out? You okay? I mean, really, just keep fasting and watch the alcohol. You'll be fine. Your body's amazing. Well, look when you break your leg, right? I'm sure that happened to you in baseball. You break a bone or your hand or your arm, and your body heals you. So imagine if you were doing this fasting while you were playing, you'd be like, you'd probably be able to hit the ball a lot better, a lot further. And when you did get injured, you'd be healed in a week from your hamstring injuries. I think I got to do that today. I got to look at how many hamstring injuries are in the NFL, and I bet it's like 100. From when I go through the injuries, there's at least 10 people on each team, hamstring, 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 and it's because they don't do anything in the preseason. It's amazing. Yeah, blood work was good. He said that my levels were better and was wondering what I've been doing. Did you tell him you're fasting and you're off sugar? Because when I told my doctor that, she liked that. I says, I do the fasting. And she said, that's good. And I'll tell you, my feet have not hurt me. My back, since doing all the stretching in the pool, it hurts when I go to the lake to walk a mile. My back starts the gravity kind of does it, and I got to stretch a little bit. But now I know my stretching exercises to do. But like mostly I can sleep fine. I can get in the car fine. I can walk fine. Before I couldn't even walk into the club from the car. It'd be maybe a tenth of a mile. I couldn't make it. I had to sit down. My back hurt. Now I can walk right out to the car and everything. I'll go to the lake shortly and walk the lake and think of football games to bet. But I haven't really done the blood work. If I feel good, it ain't broke, I ain't fixing it. So that's how I look at it. Cholesterol was down a lot too, but as we learned from Dr. Enberg, that the number is not that big of a deal. But my only issue was since then eating out a little too much, so I got to pull back on that and resume eating clean. That's what I find the problem with eating out is. I went out and it was Friday night and there's this hamburger place. I've never been there, but I drive by coming home from Chinese. I see this Detroit burger. It's a sports bar. So I go into the bar and I order a hamburger and I pulled off the bun. So I'm eating this burger with onions, fine. And I asked them, I was going to get onion rings. And I says, do you change your oil? The girl says, we do like every morning. So today's oil will cook 100 times. Then they'll throw it out tonight and they'll do a new one tomorrow. But according to Dr. M, the problem is they reheat the oil. And so you don't want to eat. That's the problem with fried food, McDonald's, right? They keep reheating the French fries in the same fucking oil all day. And it's like the salmon just peeing on themselves and shitting on themselves. So you don't want to have the farm-raised salmon. It's all the disease they get from each other. So that's what he said about the fried. So I didn't get the onion rings. I would too, and I probably would have been okay having it once in a blue moon. But I didn't want to get fries. Like if I'm going to get fried food, I want to get onion rings. But I ended up coming home, I think Saturday, and I had the Chinese. I cooked onion. I took an onion, cut it up, put it in the frying pan with mushrooms, and I burnt them. And it's great. And I just made my own. I don't know how to make onion rings, but I don't know how to get the fried part of it. But the burning the onions is very tasty. You'd be surprised how good it is. So I made that. I said, fuck it, I'll just have my own onions. I like to do an 80-20 rule and or close to it. What's that, Bobby? An 80-20. 80% at home, 20% eating out. I didn't know that was a rule. I get the Chinese on Saturday, and then maybe like tonight I have chicken, but then I got to cook again. So I either got to go make hamburgers or go get chicken breast, and then I'll make 3-4 pounds of it, and then that's dinner for the next 3 or 4 days, which I don't mind eating my hamburgers, for 3 or 4 days. It's fine with me. They're tasty anyway. They're tasty and they're healthy. And I'll tell you, if you go out to eat, you don't know what oil they're putting it in. I think half of these, like Coney Islands, are just microwaving it, which is garbage. Gordon Ramsay does not tolerate that. And then the other thing is, if you get a burger, it's on a bun, and the bun's all sugar. So you got to take the bun off and eat the burger. But you got to do what's in the burger, and then how did you cook it, and then what do you get with it? So I mean, it's difficult to eat out now, unless you get a steak or the ribs or the chicken. Like if I go to the barbecue place, so I can get chicken and a salad and bring my dressing, and I'm fine. And I know it's fairly healthy. It's not fried. It's barbecued. And I like it anyway. So that's a treat. I don't mind that. 80% clean lifestyle and 20% screw around a bit, as in the cheap meals or a few drinks. Well, yeah, I mean, you can always in moderation. So you can, I'm not saying you can't have a drink. You can't have a drink every day. Or you can't, like I said, I have chocolate cake or an ice cream, but I don't have it every day. Oh, it's Saturday. I've been eating healthy. I feel good. I'll get a chocolate cake, not a whole cake. I'll get a piece, or I'll get the ice cream, the little ice cream thing that's like this, that you can eat the whole thing, but it's not eating that much. That's fine in moderation. The problem is getting the big tub of ice cream and you're eating it for 3 days. That's what you don't want. Or I did this Thanksgiving. I got a whole pumpkin pie. It was like $6 for the whole pie. So fine, I'll get it. But then you're eating a pie. You're eating 2 pieces here and 2 pieces the next day. That's the problem. So if you just have one piece and on one day you get a chocolate, donut and eat it, and then you're done, that's fine. Then your body will clean up as you do the fast the next day. That's the point of the fast. It cleans the bullshit you ate. There's nothing wrong in moderation. You just don't want to eat ice cream and cake every day. That's what gets you. So that's what you got to be careful of, which we are. I mean, we allow ourselves to have that ice cream or cake or cookies once, but then that's it. I'll throw out, if I get like a big thing of Oreos or a big cake, I'll eat. I've done that a lot of times. I got like those ice cream sandwiches, but they're so expensive at the gas station that I can buy a whole 10 of them for the $2 at the gas station, selling one for $3. So I get them, and then I have like 3 or 4, and then I throw them out. And I don't know, but I'm fine. Or you take a shot of that Canadian whiskey you got there. Well, this doesn't get open. I mean, this is you don't understand. This is 12 years old in 1997. 07, 17. So in 19 and 23, what year are we? 2027. This is now 45-year-old Canadian club and worth a hell of a lot more than, and at 12-year, it was worth a lot. I mean, it's probably worth $50 in 97 as a 12-year-old. I mean, this was like a Christmas present, and you had to buy them anyway. By the way, I saw OU won't in dramatic fashion, scoring touchdown with like 10 seconds left. That was pretty cool. Professor been calling that one for a while. It's the revenge game, buddy. It's the revenge game. When you got a good team on revenge, that's what happened. Now, it wasn't just the revenge. That was the start of it. But we had, as I said, we had a good defense, and we had Gabriel, and we had the revenge on it. So if at the end of the day, so this is what confuses me. At the end of the day, we had a team with a defense of 10 and a defense of 12, Texas, and they scored 60 points. It's like Dallas Frisco yesterday. I got under 51. They scored 52. How does they score 42 points on Dallas? Your buddy Dak Prescott with his 3 interceptions for 21 points. Motherfucker. I couldn't believe that one. Yeah, I got OU one. Yeah. But that's why you look at the revenge games. But generally, even if it's like this week's Oregon, Washington, whoever won last year, it's not really a revenge game. I think Oregon won, but it's a good game. We got Notre Dame, USC this week, over under 61. Although I'm trying to figure out what happened to my Notre Dame team because they didn't score 30 points on fucking Louisville. What's going on with them? They scored on Ohio State. They scored, 20-something on Duke, and then 20-something on Louisville, and I'm like, what are they going to score 20 on USC? I mean, Warriors, their offensive coordinator, you got fucking Hartman as your quarterback. He should be putting up 40 points on all those guys. That's just unbelievable. So we'll see what happens, but that's the idea. But yeah, OU, and this week's what, USC Notre Dame over, and we've got Oregon Washington. We got some nice games this week. USC is an easy at 62, Professor. I could not believe it was that low. You would think so. If Hartman can fucking they can call some plays, USC is going to get in the 40s. And Notre Dame should light them up with their defense. And see, the whole key is Hartman. And why aren't they scoring more with Hartman? Okay, Duke's got a good defense. I'm not sure Ohio State has that good a defense. And then I'm not sure Louisville's got that good a defense. So, okay, let's say they played 3 tough defensive teams. They only put up 42 on Central Michigan and the 55 on Navy. So they misled us. They fooled us. If that don't go over, Bobby Ubo is going to lose his mind. Yeah, I agree, Bob, especially in a teaser. It's 55. That thing doesn't go there. Then I think we're really dealing in a fixed league. I think the WWF has got the okay, guys, this is this game. This is the final score. How you get there, we don't care. But this final score is going to be 28-20. That's all you're getting 48, even though the over/under is 62. We're all going to clean up on it, and I'm beginning to wonder if that's what's happening. How the hell does San Francisco and Dallas go to 52? How can that possibly happen? That blew my mind. I saw the score 42-10. I go, fuck, I'm under 51. I'm thinking the game's going to be 13-3 Frisco. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, Dak Prescott, 8 interceptions. Like, oh, geez, I'm surprised. I mean, what is he doing? Why is he the quarterback? He gets into a big game. He chokes. What the fuck does between that and our buddy Mac Jones at New England, who threw 3 picks, and they get shut out by New Orleans. Yeah, Belichick, you're a great coach. You know exactly what you're fucking doing. So without Brady, you've won how many playoff games? None. With Brady, you win 5 Super Bowls. Let's see. Yeah, you're the great coach. You suck as a coach. If you didn't have Brady, you wouldn't have won any Super Bowls. Give me a fucking joke. He's the greatest coach. Yeah, let's keep playing Mac Jones. But I agree with you, Bobby. That's that's what you play. So anyway, it's all games. You've got to know all the rules of the games. And I'm trying to teach Luke the rule of the gold game and the rule of the people outside the U.S. having their money in the U.S. for safety, realizing that the money's no good and they're going to get rid of it. They're going to sell it all. There'll be a fire sale. But the rule of the game is when they sell it, the market crashes, the banks crash, the housing market crashes, and they put their money probably a lot into gold. That's the rule. I was talking about this movie I was watching, and the guy got jealous, starts yelling at the girl. They weren't married, but he proposed to her. And she's looking at him like he's out of his mind. She's, I'm talking to my boss. And the guy's yelling and, hitting and everything. And it's like me with Daria. If she's with another guy, I'm going to be like, well, yeah, she's a Russian girl. That's about what I expect. Or Jenna, it's like, I get it, but I don't take it personally because they're free to do what they want anyway. It's when you think you own and control the girl is where you have the problems, which you don't own her or control her. And the more you try to own them and control them, the less then they leave. So if you want a happy life with the girl, just let her have freedom. She will choose what's best for her anyway. But if you're nice to her, she probably doesn't want to leave. She wants the nice guy. Like I said, this Hungary girl, I start talking to, she's the same way. She says, just be nice to me. It's all I care about. That's all women want. Just be nice to them and love them and respect them, and you don't have to worry about it. They're not going to leave for another guy with you. And if they are, and they have serious sex problems that they like other guys, then there's really nothing you can do. Like Kenzie, I don't think she's with other guys. I don't care. I know that going in, that's the game, so I can't be upset about it. Or I don't play the game, and that's now I'm not playing because she wants money. But otherwise, you just understand that's the game. That's been my point about the game. So anyway, we got to understand the game and everything. Stocks, bonds, football, and girls, and poker, and everything. What is the game? Like I said on Attack on Wall Street, if the guy understood the game was if they start defaulting on their mortgages, my 60,000 goes to zero. He gets out before he sees it happening, and he gets out. He's blindsided by it because he doesn't understand the game, and he stays in it when they're not paying their mortgages, and then he loses everything. Well, if you understood the game, he would have got out, or he would have not gone in. He should have bought gold to listen to me, but that's the point. So that's what I'm trying to do is instead of everybody attacking Wall Street, we all get into gold and we don't ever have to worry about it going to zero. Well, she's mad because I don't have her on WhatsApp anymore. I didn't block her. I just don't have her number. So it's not blocked. It's gone. She keeps asking for money. I keep saying no. I keep saying send a picture. Let's meet. And she won't. So what do I do with the girl that won't send a picture or Skype me? So I know it's her. But then she keeps asking for money. I said, well, I don't know who this is. I assume you're some Russian guy named Igor, and I'm not going to give you money until I know who it is I'm giving the money to. And if you really want to meet me, then come over and meet me. You're rich. You have money. You can come meet me. And she comes up with this bullshit. And I said, I don't play that game. I didn't sign up for that game. I don't play the game with Jenna or Daria or Irina. None of the girls I play that game with, they all give me pictures and video, little, videos. Jenna shows me, here's us doing this. Here's us at dinner. Daria, we did that. So I never have a problem with those girls. Why does Kenzie have a problem showing me a picture of herself? Unless she's not real, right? Which is what I'm saying. I don't play that game. So if you understand it's a game, you understand the rules, and you understand you don't play that, then there's no problems. You just say, fuck it, I don't play that game. I'm not going to play it. Go find somebody else to play the game with. It isn't going to be me. I only play games with girls that I can see and we'll meet. And then if you need money after, like I helped Daria with rent today, that's a different story. That's already part of the game. Here's money for rent. So she can, not have to worry about getting rent. So I'm helping her out so she doesn't have to do certain things to get money for rent. So she's happy. She can get the rent because she goes to work, gets money for food. I give the rent, and the rent's cheap there anyway. But this will be interesting what the rent will be when the ruble goes back by gold, if I can afford it. Right now, it's not a lot, and it's converted. But when it goes to gold back rubles, I don't know what the fuck. Well, I'm going to need $1,000 a month to pay her so she can have rent. This is going to be interesting. Not yet. I had some other things to do in the morning, and then I wanted to do the show now. So I'm going to go after eating dinner. Then I'm going to go to the club. And tomorrow I'm supposed to meet a good friend. I'm going to give her some silver. And she used to work there. Now she works once in a blue moon. She's in school for like one of these physical therapists. And I like her. She's very nice. And we talk gold, so that's part of the game, right? I want to be with a girl who understands gold and silver and football and stuff. So I said, I'll give you some silver. She says, well, I don't work till tomorrow. So I'll go late tomorrow and give her, bring some silver for her. So I figured 10 ounces of silver ought to do it. I did 15 minutes of sauna earlier, then some stretching. You don't buy silver anymore? Thought you were aiming for 1,000 ounces. No, I just got to 600, and then it's like, let's go buy more gold. So I've been trying to buy more gold. I thought about it, but because my resources are limited, not working, I thought, you know what? I could buy 20 ounces of silver Saturday, but I said, I'll just wait to buy. If I get the job, I'll go buy 2 more ounces of gold. I'd rather have 2 more ounces of gold than dipping in to buy silver. But I got 600 ounces of silver, Bobby. I don't know. It's still, yes, it's still $24 an ounce for something that's going to be 2,000. But at this point, I'd rather buy more gold than the silver. That way, if I go to Switzerland and I can just put 10 ounces in my pocket and nobody will know. But how much silver do I got to carry to go to Switzerland to meet Egon? I mean, I'd be in my big tub of 300 ounces of. I got two big plastic tubs of 300 ounces of silver, and it's just, it's hard. It's heavy in the first place, but you couldn't take it. But 2 ounces of gold I can put in my pocket like a quarter, and I'm fine. Yeah, it's cool. She knows about metals. I like people that understand metals, that kind of agree with me, that get it. Those are the people I want to talk to and I want in my life. And Jenna gets it, and Daria gets it, and Irina gets it. They all get the gold, and they're happy I'm helping them. And like I said, when I meet Jenna, I give her some gold and silver. She's very happy. Same with Daria. She's waiting if the fucking war ever ends, because I can't go to Russia. I can't go there, and even if I got in, my money would be worthless because I wouldn't be able to use my credit card, my debit card, or my cash there. So I can't go to Russia if I wanted to. So we'll probably meet in Turkey. She can get there. She can't go to most Europe. Like, she couldn't go to Germany. I couldn't meet her in Germany or France or Barcelona. I could not meet Daria there. So Turkey's probably the only place. Jenna, we're supposed to go to Greece soon, but she won't give me a date. So I'm waiting. I keep going. When are we meeting? Like, what are we waiting for? She wants to meet, but I think her son had to take some medical stuff and enrolled in college. And then he's got to register for the Army because he's turning 16. So he had to take some medical tests for the Army. And I'm like, don't send him. The Russians are going to kill him. The Russians they're massive. They are winning the war. Keep your son out of the fucking war. I mean, send him back to Poland or whatever, but get him out. Don't let him go into the Army, because it's not a fair fight and Russia's going to kill him. So just stay away. She wouldn't want to lose her 16-year-old. She lost her brother already by some mortar or something, but she doesn't want to lose her young son. So that's what I try to tell her. But yeah, the girls know about metals. Oh yeah, they know about gold. That's one thing the Russians know is gold and silver, and most of the Europeans understand that. Only in America are we stupid because it's not taught. So that's the only thing I had with Alligator. He's sitting there telling us about how the Americans don't understand gold, or why don't they understand gold. He's got it wrong. It's not taught. And we've got stock. We make money in stocks and in the bank. And it's a totally different lifestyle here that we don't need gold. We have the money in the bank. We have the money in the stocks, and the stocks are going up. Why do we need gold? That's what he doesn't get. So he tries to make fun of us, saying, well, the U.S., why don't they get it? Why aren't they buying gold? Because you have your money in Tesla and Amazon. Why would you put it in gold? They don't understand it's going to zero. That's what we get, but most people here don't get it. They're all blindsided. So one for, I got to rip alligator on that one, or Mark McGuire, whoever said it. Like we're all a bunch of idiots here because we don't buy gold. Well, there's no point in it. But now we realize we need it. We need protection, but only my class realizes it. But so when I meet Jenna, I give her a couple of quarter ounces, a half ounce, something like that. Enough that she can be all right, and then some silver. I'll do the same thing. Irina had her baby, so she just had the baptism. And so I'm going to go visit her, meet the kid. And I said, I'll have some gold for you. So she'll be happy there. But I'll probably give her an ounce and a half or something like that. But I don't see Irina that often. Where Jenna I see 2-3 times a year. Anyway, so hoping to meet Daria soon. It's crazy. It's driving me crazy. Driving us crazy. And anyway, so that's what's going on in Europe. So the shit's going to hit the fan. It's getting ready to. The Russians they got to back their ruble, buy gold. They don't have a choice because it's losing value. If nobody wants it, it has no value. It goes to zero, and the only way they can do it is back it by gold. So that's a have to very, very soon, as well as the oil for gold is already it's already been going on. So look for a much higher gold price very, very soon. No, there's nothing that can save it. And the dollar going out. So we're prepared. We know what's going to happen. So now, are we prepared? Do we have enough gold and silver? Do we have a lot of money that we're going to get fucked out of? And I'm telling you, Bobby, you got to change that contract. I hate to keep talking about it, but you're getting paid in inflated dollars. So if you're getting 100 grand, you're getting 50. Think about that. So every 100 grand you're getting 50. So you're getting fucked on your contract because they're paying you in 1999 wages, and it's 2030, and they're not worth half of what they were. So being smart to get paid over a long time, but you should ask for gold and silver, not paper. Lamar is a joke, losing to Pitt. Did you see the interception he threw in the end zone? Threw it right to the Pittsburgh guy. The guy's covered, and he throws it. He's at the 5-yard line. He throws the interception. It's another. I've never seen such bad quarterback play. This is why it's so hard to bet. The quarterbacks are so bad. Fucking who's the guy? Steve Young on Carolina, and Houston lost, and Riddler and Stroud played a 20-19 game. That must have been fun to watch. And then, Dak Prescott 3 picks, 4 picks. Burrow looked like he's back. They lit up Arizona, which Dallas couldn't do because of Dak Prescott. How much longer do they keep going with Dak Prescott until they realize he sucks? They think they're good. They're not good. Dak Prescott is terrible. You don't score that much this year, even in their wins, very unimpressive. He might be worse than Uglia Buglia. Yeah, probably. But watch Baltimore draft Uglia Buglia. Well, we need that running quarterback because we can't win with a pocket passer. You couldn't win with a runner either. So what does that tell you about these other running? Richardson keeps getting hurt. Yeah, great. This guy's is he an idiot? He just thinks he's going to run and then not slide. Yeah, I know these guys slide. Mahomes slides, Burrow slides, but I won't slide. I'll just keep getting hurt. Yeah, it's pretty. When you've got 10 better quarterbacks in college than you do in the pros, there's a problem. I would take Hartman, Van Dyke. We don't even get it. You missed the last show. One guy point blank says, Primetime Junior is the best quarterback in football. And I says, really? Is he better than Caleb Williams? Really? Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, don't bring that shit into my class. Prime Junior's okay, but he's not. If he's that good, he would have scored on Oregon and he would have beat USC. So don't tell me he's that good. He's not as good as Caleb Williams or Hartman or Van Dyke or Penix or Bo Nix. They score points. He does, what happened in the Oregon game? 42-6. He's better than Bo Nix. Bo Nix put up 42. He put up 6. Yeah, he's better? Really? Okay. I had some guy tell me about the Washington State quarterback last week, saying how good he was, and then they went to UCLA, threw 3 interceptions. They got beat. Man, maybe he's not so good. By the way, did you see how Miami lost to Georgia Tech on Saturday? No, I didn't. I heard it was a hellacious call, but I didn't read it. What happened? To go on 4th and 1 at their own 10-yard line. I'll have to put that. Was it raining in that game? They literally just had to kneel it, but instead ran it, fumbled it, gave up a touchdown on the other end, and received their first loss. They had to kneel, so there's no time left. They kneel, and then the clock runs out. They fumble it, and so you're telling me Georgia Tech recovered the fumble in the end zone for a touchdown. Why didn't they kneel? And so that happened in the Alabama game also. Alabama gets a first down. There's a minute in the game, and all I got to do is take 3 knees, and the game's over. And Milrose throws a pass to the wide receiver, and it's incomplete. He throws it into the ground, and you're like, "What do you do? It's all over. There's no timeouts. It's 1st and 10 at the A&M 40. Just take a knee." They still don't take a knee. They still hand the ball off. Why aren't they taking a knee? What is wrong with these coaches? Are they out of their fucking minds? There's a minute left in the game. Take a knee. They don't even go under center. They do shotgun. These quarterbacks are so bad they can't do shotgun. It's unfucking believable. And then they're still handing the ball off instead of taking the knee. Let's risk a fumble, as you just said in Miami. They literally just had to kneel it, but instead ran it, fumbled it, gave up a touchdown on the other end. Yeah, the game was over. If Miami just kneels, the ball hit the coordinator. The ball hit the coordinator, told them to run, and the running back flat out fumbled it. The coordinator told them to run. So I assume the coordinator's fired, looking for a new job. Yeah, I'm sure Van Dyke was pissed off. But why didn't Van Dyke just take a knee? Yeah, I get you want to run the ball, but you know what? I'm going to take a knee. That's where Van Dyke should have just stepped in and said, fuck it. I'm taking the knee. I'll take the heat. Why would the coordinator tell them to run the ball? Why would they run it? What is the point? Where was the ball? It sounds like it was deep in their own end that they just – so it sounds like it was like at the 5-yard line where he fumbled and unless it was at midfield and they fumbled and the guy – picked it up and ran 50 yards with it, but fans were crying. I would, well, it's like a Hail Mary hitting you. You know what it's like? It's like that, it's like the Michigan State game when Michigan State blocks the punt and goes in for a touchdown with no time left to win the game. Why are you punting, Michigan? Why aren't you just getting the ball, running around, and taking a knee? Why are you punting? There's no reason to punt. There's no time. They have one play. I mean, they're going to have. What are you doing? It's the same thing. Midfield, but Tech had no timeouts with under 40 seconds left. Miro Crispo, you said it was the coordinator call. No, you're the head coach. It's your call. It was so bad that I was here laughing, like, what the fuck? Yeah. Well, it's even worse if it was in midfield. I thought the ball was at like the 5 yard line and there was the, it's just the fumble in the end zone. They happened to pick it up. So you're telling me at midfield, this idiot with 40 seconds is not taking a knee, and Van Dyke is not taking a knee. And I hope the coordinator is fired. This is the coordinator bringing the air raid offense. And what did the coordinator say when interviewed? That his head was so far up his ass he doesn't know what he's doing? Any thoughts on this game tonight? I will go back over the class video as soon as it ends, just in case I missed your thoughts. Tonight I haven't talked about this game. It's not really worth talking about. If we look at it, I didn't touch the game. Green Bay is an even. They give up 24. Oakland's a W. That means they don't score. They give up 25. Love against, I assume, Garoppolo. Hard to trust Love. Is Adam Jones playing? If Adam Jones is playing, I would take Green Bay. If Adam Jones isn't playing, my score is Green Bay 19-17. That's the score I came up with. I think Green Bay is a live dog because I think Oakland sucks. I don't know how Oakland can be favored over anybody. So I would, if you got to bet it, I guess I'd bet the dog or the under. But both defenses are pretty, a 24 and a 25. So either go under 51 or take the dog. I'd bet $5 on the game. That's it. I wouldn't bet anything. Don't waste your time. We got somebody better. Keep it on, put it on USC Notre Dame over or something. Imagine people who bet the money line. That's why do you think it happened? So if we follow Bobby Bow to his conclusion, the Miami spread was 19.5. No. So they weren't going to win or lose with it. It was 20-17 or 20-16. I had the game as an over lock of 52, which I couldn't even get close to. What the fuck? This is Miami, Georgia Tech. How does this game end 43? When Miami should put up 35 on their own, and then Georgia Tech's a high-scoring team. What the fuck happened in that game that it wasn't higher? Was it raining? I thought I saw maybe it was a rainy night. I didn't see it well enough. The screen went yellow, so I don't know if it was a bad screen or it was rain, but how the fuck does that game not get into the 50s? Are you kidding me? People betting the money line. That would be the only thing that made sense is he hands off to the running back who has been told you cannot win. But see, that doesn't make sense either. So in a fixed game, Miami's laying 19. You can win, but not by 19. So they're up 20-17. They're up 3. So they're not going to win. They're not going to, cover the 19. So that can't be it. Thank you. You're welcome, Titus. But that's insane. I mean, I'd fire the head coach right now. If the head coach is not taking the blame, saying it's the coordinator, he needs to be fired because that means he's not in charge of his team. You watch Michigan, Jim Harbaugh is in charge. They go to him, the coordinator, he's got headsets on and everything. This Mario Cristobal is bad news. He fucked up Van Dyke last year. If you can't win with Van Dyke, you got serious problems. You're not going to find a quarterback like that for the next 10 years. What the fuck are you doing? Why is the game close against Georgia Tech? The score at halftime was 3-0. How the fuck do you play Georgia Tech with no defense 3-0 with Van Dyke? What the fuck are you doing? And I looked, I didn't see a lot of turnovers or the let's go for it on fourth down bullshit. Why do these coaches think they should go on fourth down like it's an automatic? Why is the San Diego coach still employed? What are they looking at keeping that coach? That coach should have been fired when he blew the Jacksonville lead. He fires the defensive coordinator. Dude, you blew the game. You had them 27-0. You didn't score in the second half, and you changed defenses. You should be fired. As soon as they changed the defense to start the third quarter, you should have been saying, no, we're not changing the defense. And if you're not in control of your defensive coordinator, then you need to be fired. You're the coach. You're in charge, right? So I don't get these guys. Oh, it's fourth down. We got to go for it. Because it says if we go for it, we'll make it 75% of the time, except for when we need to get it and it's a big deal, then we don't ever get it. I mean, it's just makes you sick. Anyway, 4 hours is my limit. I'm going to have dinner. I'm going to the pool. And that's about it. So have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on probably a little earlier because I want to go to the pool later. And I got to get food. I need something. I'll probably pick that up on the way home from swim tonight. I need my pita bread and I need my something to eat. I need, it's like I get hungry. I don't have anything. I'm drinking coffee till I'm blue in the face with that. You're welcome, Bobby Bo. You're welcome, Titus. All right, everybody have a good day. www.teaserking.com. Huge week, 8-1 yesterday, and I think the last 2 weeks I'm like 16-2 in the pros. So I'm really hot in the pros, but I got them figured out now. College, one guy emailed me and I said, well, look at all the winners I had. We just got unlucky with the Miami game. We got unlucky with just a couple of games, but I had I was undefeated at like 5 o'clock. I had hit Oklahoma. I had hit Alabama. I said, I'm hitting all these games. It's just like Georgia doesn't stay under because I got to go play Georgia, not the under in the game. I hit Michigan. So I was like, I won a lot. I hit the Kansas over. I hit the Utah State over. I hit the Central Michigan over. And I missed like 2 or 3 games. Rice fucked me with 5 turnovers. And Georgia under. I said, so I missed like 2 or 3 games. I hit 10. I missed 3. Relax. Anyway, so have a good day. www.teaserking.com. I will talk to you tomorrow. Well, that's what I say in the video, Titus. Belichick's terrible. He was all Brady. Without Brady, he hasn't won a playoff game. He plays Mac Jones. He sucks. This guy is a terrible coach. So I'm tired of hearing that. All right. I'm going to get going. I'm hungry. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.